Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is Pxy-VERSE and today is gonna be big stuff because as you can see in the title, this is the 20th session of this Pre-Prod quest, and the evolution here has been quite a good pacing considering my other past challenge in 3D projects. And let's start the soundtrack here. This is Synthwave from some guy named what's his name? Well, White Bat Studio. Anyways, there's a description there, and Carl Casse, I think. Yeah. So today will be big because not only the assets here, it's a bit too loud, are very close to conclusion. So I have do have some cabinets, desk here, wood stuff, right, in principle, maybe some plastics. Then I'm already trying some plants here, so this is a crazy geometry nodes asset thing, not really working, right, but basically it's a mesh with a cube, or was a cube, with a geometry nodes modifier, which it's transforming it to a curve. So I was trying to do some tree stuff, but it's the tutorial that I watched wasn't really good for. Let's check the geometry nodes here. Was not really good for this because it's like this full procedural thing, right? And we need to look at so this is working. You see, it's I can improve certainly this, but what I really wanted was this is a part of an old one, doesn't matter, these ones here. No, actually, yeah, so this is not being used here, it's useless. So basically we're just getting some mesh converted to curve, then we start to make some instances from the joint. So basically I start with one vertex and I start as soon as I start extruding. So it's a very crude thing. Then we get then I reconvert them to mesh. Then we can control set curve radius from the mesh to curve. So we can do some spline parameter, but this is not working because this will be to have the trunk, the base, much had a radius much larger than the points, but then as soon as I extrude another one, then the trunk gets big. So I don't know how to fix that. There's another problem, which is, okay, I've made this all procedural, but then it doesn't get UV data, so my material will have to be generated texture coordinates or object, or I'd have to UV unwrap the procedural mesh, which I'm not even sure it is possible. UV. Oh, there. Okay, this is possible, but I'm not sure this will work the way I expect. Let's see what happens. So this is using a wood material. Let's try to what it will do. Curve to mesh. Alright, so this is probably the trunk. It's set material to wood. Yeah, this is right. So it's probably here that I would like to use this node here. Never used this node, so probably it will be. What's this? How to connect this? I never done it, so I'm not sure. There's not geometry stuff. So would that be maybe UV to selection? Nah, it's not like that. So I just have to see how this works. Maybe I need a selection from. There's no. Okay, this is probably not gonna work. No, apparently that works. Okay, so we need to choose the. Yeah, but it's not really. It's doing something else. Maybe I don't have seams. yeah, so this is not never mind. I'm gonna try to find something about it, how this works. Should be easy, but it's not the problem here. So you see, I'm not able to do the I'd like one thing that maybe I can do is to have some instance in points for some more arbitrary positioning. So the instance on point is the coolest stuff, because for example, if I have this structure here, I'm not even so now it's already a mesh, right? So I'm gonna just probably can do instance on points. Let's just add here something, and then but it's not like this. We just want to join geometry again. Then I'm gonna keep the original, but then I'm gonna instance something somewhere, and this will be complicated. Where, right? Where? So probably so let's try to get whatever thing. It could be any crappy object here, probably just for tests here. Instance, if they exist, let's see, they should be. I don't know why I don't have. Oops, this looks like we're gonna crash. The geometry is all it's trying to become instance. So so sorry about that, folks. So let's close Blender here. Let's restart. So so why I'm saying that this is gonna be big today, because I need to close this thing. Okay, got closed. So it's because I need to address, oops, let's open Blender here, and then Dorothy Lounge, why it's taking, the scene is getting a little too big. So because we're getting everything mostly works, so the 3 assets, so what I'm gonna do is still for this particular first comics, right? Maybe I use this asset, but for a alien plant. But I'm gonna do other ones, and so I'll keep training with the geometry nodes. But I'll do something more manual, right? Which will be simpler. And so maybe I use the geometry nodes for the leaves, because that is good for the instance on point. So this I have some direct immediate tutorial for that, and so I'll get all the leaves for the plants from extrusion or something like that. So it will be a workflow with some procedural geometry nodes set up. So this is what I was looking for, and not like a full procedural garbage, which it's cool, but it's not very I can't say it's not artistic, but it's not organic, right? I want something that is semi-procedural, and this is ideal, I think, for art. It's not like, it feels like I'm using AI here, like it's the node. I think the best thing about geometry nodes when we can combine them artistically, and this is very hard to do sometimes because it doesn't have an interface of a state of okay, apply this procedural stuff that are generated here, and then you can start building stuff on top of it, like shape keys. And I had already this problem. I've researched, and very basic research, but essentially conceptual, and apparently it turns out that geometry nodes is still super limited. Actually, it's very sad, because there is this procedural thing that it doesn't apply, right? We can't then or it's complicated also to develop, because it builds here, but then we need to, there are many questions, right? So it probably could cause a lot of dependency cycles if this is not well developed. So I understand the process is probably very complicated. So anyways, but maybe in the future they are coming with this semi-procedural stuff much better. and it is possible to do what I want here in this particular case, but I just don't have enough. So I'm just I'm mostly a noob in this, but I'm already started to use it in some interesting way. For example, this galaxy was obtained through a tutorial of Geometry Nodes Galaxy, and then it was exported as a movie clip. So I'm gonna make here some, so I'm calling this space landscapes. Let's also do something here. I've just found out that I have a problem here with the fact that the space world here is getting procedural, not procedural, sorry, linked. So what happens that let's go into shading. The problem is that it's one of these linked, probably this double, this combined 0-2, but it's still a work in progress here. So if I get this, I have something that is super work in progress. But you see there's this nebula stuff, so galaxy cluster, something like that, and from very far away, right? Of course. Then this is the basic stars original. Then we have this one then we have this one, which is a mix already between this one and this one, but in a specific case it has not only has the nebulas there, you see, but there's another layer of things that is a bit too aggressive here for the space, and then there is also some crazy rainbow stuff there that I was trying to do something very weird and it doesn't. And here, what is this one? Combine. Oh, okay, so this is it's this, except without the stars there, these weird stars. So it's so this one is actually the first one here, but with this distortion of some of the same nebula, green nebulas there, or colored nebulas, and then they get this rainbow pattern from some crazy. So this is but I would like to get this other one. You see this one that looks like rain on the ground. So for now let's skip this. And the principle of the spiraling stuff, it's been using over and over again on tutorials I've seen from shaders and even geometry nodes. So it's something about the principle is similar, some math nodes. And then so what I need to do here, I was experimenting some mist pass here on EV, and so we have here the view layers. Okay, so Z, I was not using this, but this apparently it's similar to mist pass, and it's for fog. It's not really useful here, but I've decided to enable them just to start playing with that. So I'm making something here with this already in the compositor, but it's it's just getting EV. You see, I'm just using the mist pass here. We're gonna render something here real quick. Alright, so there is slight mist, but this mist is colored, so it's a special mist. So this will be the pure mist pass here, but there is an option here to control the mist pass, but it's grayed out because there is this disabled. Can't edit this property from a linked data block. I know what that is, right? Basically is that because my world, I don't know why it is in world anyways. Probably this data comes from Word, but there's no nodes for mist in Word, so this is very weird. But okay, I had to look at 3 tutorials of mist pass or compositing with mist to understand what's many areas where this thing. There's even the camera. Yeah, so here, so I get the color ramp. So this is what I'm doing. I'm coloring the mist with some crazy colors here. Not crazy color, just to start black. Okay, let's end white. Pure white, as we had pure black on the opposite direction. No, didn't work. We need to reset the... Oh, yeah, I need to be here, right? Okay, good. Then I'm gonna pull this back here. This is very crashable, so I need to be careful here. Then I have a soft light. I found the best solution here. A very low FAC here. Then the glare. It's not the glare. This is actually the whatever, the whole scene. Then here the soft light. So you get a small tint which is based on something on the depth of the scene. The only problem I see with that is that the space will become maybe a little affected, right? And so, but because it's soft light and it's so little, there's not really much. So it's even become a bit darker sometimes. So it's not. It's very. I'm using this in a very subtle way, and I think this will create a little more depth in this scene. And I was just not using this because I'm also noobish on compositing. No, what I mean is that I'm not doing the conventional learning, right? I'm learning as I need stuff, as I discover stuff, because it's very hard on the internet. It's like that. You need really a complete course, a structured course, or doing yourself a structured. But if you're not expert already, you don't know. Like I don't know what should I learn first, or in which order, or why I need to learn this or that, or so those notions. Now that I know a lot of things in Blender in general, I could guide, but even there, in some areas it will be difficult, right? So it's always difficult. So this is why it's still very hard to learn Blender online or in the internet for free. Actually, it's not that it's hard, it takes time because it's difficult to. So it's hard because it takes time, right? There's too many topics and too many possibilities, it's crazy. And alright, so here you see that the scene is quite light to this reflection sounds a bit weird. I think some light here is exaggerated, might be this one. No, maybe it's then this one. No, maybe it's this one. Okay, so where is this reflection coming from? We're gonna disable lights. Yes, so maybe it's a conjunction of lights. I'm gonna try to hide multiple of them. No, maybe it's one of them. No, then maybe it's this one. This one. So it is very strange. Maybe it's too powerful, and good that I found it. Probably this is also creating problem on another table. Yeah, it's creating there's the same light, and here this is not. So these lights. Okay, it's not. Let's see here. Okay, so this one, it should be something about their power. So this one has power, just this. Oh yeah, it is much more powerful. So let's check here, and let's reduce to. Let's gradually reduce to see. Yeah, we see. So it can't be that powerful. Also, maybe the radius is too small in relation to the other. So this is 150. Let's keep this 150 to this one as well. Then we check. There are spotlights. So radius of 3 meters. There's radius even size. The size. It's blending. Well, blending should be positive for regarding this. Soft fell off. So I don't understand why. Maybe you can disable these shadows for this. No, spotlights. Yeah, I think these ones. It's good to maintain them, but this could accelerate the preview, so there's advantage. Maybe I need to check actually to inspect. Yeah, there's some shadows there, but it's not super relevant. for you. Yeah, maybe it's good to have, but it counts as reflection, right? So it's good. Yeah, maybe we should keep for these lights. They are too diagonalish, crossing the room, so maybe it's important. So what I need to do, I'm gonna augment this radius though, or actually yes, augment this radius so you can. No, it's not helping. Then augment blending, reduce. Okay, so maybe its size is, I see, it is too wide, excessively wide, and maybe because of the size was exaggerated. So it's very wide, and then it doesn't provide. It actually breaks these EV reflecting systems. Blending should help, and maybe augment the radius also a little more. And now let's reduce this. Although now I could perhaps augment this without too much critical failure. Let's assess these glasses. Yes, they seem to be nice. So you see the navigation here is fine. It's alright, so the assets here are working. So we're going to, okay, so I'm gonna get to do some plants. So already work in progress here. Alien plant, we're gonna make more stuff. I want to have at least 3 types of plants in this room. So some ferns, take some other plants. These are already here. Okay, other table vase plants. Maybe this could be a table vase plant, but we can have other stuff. Later on I intend to improve this anyways. Looks like some cotton plant, right? Something like that. Then we are going to make, so I need to, I'm gonna assess the rig also today, because I've made some improvements already. I was tackling the facial rig, you see, and it's very likely now I got the patience to solve many of the facial expressions. See? So I was tackling the universal sonic mouth, and with a few more, and so it's really starting to work now. There are some dependency cycles. I was doing something slightly alternative than the ways I was doing. I'm gonna make some helper bones. I was restructuring the muzzle ghost mesh, which is dummy model, is a proxy mesh, right, for the setup. Then we're gonna try to do as much as we can on the rig today, but at the same time, so I will be not at the same time, but in the same session we're gonna keep addressing those things. So we're very close to conclusion. I don't need these assets here to probably maybe one or another to start the webcomics. The plants I need, it will be good, and this also will be good. So, but all of this is probably dispensable. Even these are dispensable. So essentially, the scenery, right? The room is done, right? There's nothing absolute necessary here for the storyline that I'm gonna place here. And you see the compositing is already very good, at least regarding my requirements, and we can certainly, I can tweak the compositing in many other ways, right, for the setting, right? So I could have many pages, let's say, call like that. I need a better nomenclature, but you see, for the shots or the frames of this 3D webcomics, so this is very appealing already, and I can change the tones, I can do a lot of things, so this will be like a new field of exploration, and I want to film that, to record some of the work in progress. I don't know how fun it will be, but I expect it will be super fun, even much funnier than what I'm doing here. It's very cool how the reflections here, well, it's a bit weird how it ended up to be, and I'm not know, maybe it's the light that is too bright there. Okay, so let me check something quick here. If these lights are using shadow, I think I removed the shadow from them. Yeah, I remove, because these don't need shadow, they just are doing this job there, moving up, so there's no need for shadow, so this will help. We have also here, yeah, and on the other side similar, so they are elliptical, and these ones for some reason I decided them because I could make this a disc also, no, ellipse. This also works. I'm not sure it is better. Apparently it was forgotten. Alright, so it swapped the other also to ellipse. Okay, so that also works. Then, so that means that, yeah, some improvements in the grease pencil, integration, this is already take off. Yeah, we did this. We took off, deleted the grease pencil object from the original character. We don't need that to be double compositing here, so we're gonna composite, isolate, or line item improves for scenery, adaptive color. Okay, so this is a good thing to investigate for the grease. Isolate grease line art for compositing. Yeah, we did that. So oh no, this I didn't. So this is the order. I need to isolate means actually try to access it from compositing. It's like, because it's not a pass, so what it is, right? It appears on top of objects, so maybe they need a node for that, and we could try the ring planet or asteroids today, yeah, because I feel like so. But okay, so I will start with the rigging today, because I need to show. We're gonna do some big improvements here that and the character that Dorothy, so she's missing some love here, some attention, and if we get these things done, then this will be. Also, I want to fix this, change the materials here for her costume, some mesh here that is not working very well, so it will be a little better, and you can always come back here to assess how it is working. But for this development here, I'm gonna not open her from the asset library, I'm gonna open directly date modified, and so then I'm gonna do some rigging here, folks. Don't panic if you hate rigging. If you like rigging, then that will be very nice to follow up, but if you stay tuned. But if you don't panic if you hate that, I will be back today, right, in the same session. I'll be back in the scenery and gonna make some assets there. So there's been a while I don't do anything about rigging in those live stream, because it's not good for our audience and it's a labyrinthic thing for myself. So although I love doing this crazy stuff, it's not good for audience on YouTube. So, and I understand, because it's a niche and people hate for great reasons rigging, for the most part. Even I sometimes hate rigging, and I hate the skinning methods because they don't do what we wanted. They are not organic enough, and so we needed a non-Stone Age, non-Paleolithic age skinning algorithm. That you know that in Blender at least we have 3 skinning algorithms available. They are called linear blend skinning on the armature modifier. Know this stuff called preserve volume option here. This is actually dual quaternion skinning, is a skinning method or skinning algorithm. It's a slightly improvement of, well, actually has terrible drawbacks. It's a linear blend skinning is the base one, so it's like this, basic one, linear LBS, right? Then we have DQS, dual quaternion skinning, which is Blender has. Not every game engine or CG software has dual quaternion skinning, but most have linear blend skinning, so the default one. So if you export an armature, a rig model that you've made with preserved volume, then it doesn't export, the deforms won't export by themselves using this. They will export the waves, right? But the skinning method will be the one that the other CG software destination CG software will be able to use, right? So just set one, but Blender is more complex, so far I understand, or at least it's I know how to do this in Blender. You can actually mix between several different armature objects. So the advantage of dual quaternion skinning, sorry, is that it helps the mesh rotations deforms on skinning on the joints, but it creates some bulges, extra bulges, but it prevents volume loss. So there's a volume loss artifact. Usually it's the buttocks if the leg rotates, bends forward, or sometimes, yeah. So volume loss artifact, famous one. There's candy wrap artifact. There are other crazy artifacts, but this will create another artifact that linear blend skinning is free from. So this is very unfortunate. So this preserved volume with dual quaternion skinning will generate, if you rotate the mesh or the deformed bone more or less than 180 degrees, positive, negative, right? It will it will show a warp, what I call a warp artifact, and the mesh will go totally nuts. Like I'm gonna show what that happens. And so this is not reliable. It will actually, it's a disaster. There's no way to fix these artifacts, the warping artifacts. So it's critical failure. It's not like the other ones. The other ones are super hard to fix, to correct. But volume loss is like the easiest one to correct, but it can be super annoying. So candy wrap is also easy to fix, right? You can use twister bones, or which is some sort of fan bone that twists on along the y-axis. So it's a derotation, and it's the same principle of the fan bone, which are derotators of the mesh on the joints and specific regions, right? But it's just that the twister bone, they can be used as corrective bone, as a derotators. So just for the y-axis, the fan bones are x-z axis combined. So it's a plane, so they rotate on a plane, and the twister bone. So you can fix easily the candy wrap artifact, sort of, with just a simple technique. Okay, what I was about to show this. Okay, I need the control rig here. So if I get this hand here, let's do some. So this is would be the candy wrap artifact, but I want to show the effect of the preserve volumes. So if I don't have the best thing here, let's see. How will I show this artifact here? Okay, maybe it will be, oh yeah, of course, GX. Well, okay, we need to do this with the joint. Wait, where's the... Ah, I see there. Okay. This one doesn't... We'll take off the rotate along y-axis. I'm not sure what is this, but let's turn it. Oh, it's not turning on. Okay, now you're gonna see clearly. No, not this. G. No, actually I don't see this clear, so this is maybe not a good example. But there is some warping here, but it's not what I expected. We're gonna try. Of course, this will be destructive to so the cool thing here is that we can create. I was doing this for certain joints. It's cumbersome workflow, but it is feasible. I was using for the wrist, but now I have a corrective system for the wrist that is different. We're gonna make something that I was missing, which has some mechanism bones which are gonna be the pathway for the transforms, bone constraints transforms pathway for the helper deform rig. So there's a deform rig which is a helper system, so it corrective armature, what I call corrective armature deform method, so helper bones, right? So let's check it. And this has a lot of helper bones here, so this is to avoid the use of shape keys, by the way. So this is a so I have, you see, this is a Blender Studio technique. I call them these bendy bone splines, so I call them smoother helper bones. These are dual fan bone systems, so they derotate accordingly, so ignore the bendy bone there, so just look for the, yeah, actually I have some better organization here, so I have the smoother bones now. Okay, so I have on each joint, so you see how they are straight for the most part. If the limb is, this could be straight, so maybe this is a mistake, doesn't matter. Here it's straight, so it's so this will help. I don't place them in, yeah, this is here, but it might not be working here. Yeah, it's deformed, so this is good just for the side bending. For the front and back bending, this is a disaster. So at least in this kind of character, I couldn't find a way to get it. Unfortunately, the skinning, this use spline skinning algorithm. It's another skinning method that Blender can use, and it is good for a lot of stuff, but for simple joints, here is good too. We can use it also for the armpit. I don't have right now here one. We can use this for many things, but also we can use for muscles. Very good for like the curve net thing, right? Pixar stuff. You can use for muscles, but it's not so good for as a corrective method. It's like, yeah, like it's not good at countering artifacts. It's more about smoothing the artifacts than actually fixing them. So it's not very precise. But for simple joints, it can do good results. It also do good results for intermediate joints, which is the case of the wrist and of the neck, but I don't have in the neck right now. I could have, yeah. So it also helps because it twists, so we can use this for twisting features, but the setups can be sometimes complicated. The bendy bone splines can be difficult to manage, to maintain, right? And then we have also yeah, the fan bones. So I started the fan bones. It was first appeared apparently in a World Magazine, 3D World Magazine 2004. I didn't read. I found it in the internet, and a publication of that, a copy, and then apparently there's an Australian professor called how is his name? Well, we have bendy bone, right? The bendy, not bendy bone, sorry, the fan bones technique or method. So this is Sean Professor something, Sean Freeman. Yeah, so that guy apparently you can find some, but there's very little information about. And well, this technique is very analytical. And then there was CG Dive, you know, that guy with of the Rigify. He presented an ogre tutorial. I was already doing fan bones and fanny bones. Here I have a more complicated setup of fan bones. So I have also a leverage system for the hips, for the buttocks, and for the belly. So this is a setup that I've developed. It creates a mechanism that mimics organic deforms, but even so, it's different from the fan bone. Yeah, they are fanny bones actually. Here it would be hard to see what really is happening. I'm not gonna show in details, but essentially we have plenty of deformed bones. There are actually mixed techniques here, but essentially we have the dual fan bone here, you know, this because there's a fan bone here. It's a derotator on the X and Z axis in relation to the thigh bone. So if I have here I need to show the skeleton rig. So if I get, for example, here this you'll see that the fan bone, well, okay, so maybe I need to fix the automation here. So you see this bone should derotate, but the target it's not responding. So I know now what I was doing wrong for errors, and this is about the pathway. So this is why I'll have to, there might be other ways. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm using, no, it's transformation, right. So I don't know why this is not working in this particular case, but I have found a workaround to simplify this. So I was very angry with the copy rotation bone constraint because first it didn't seem to respect the quaternary rotations, and then it didn't seem to respect it seemed to be more limited in getting bone data for the transforms for automation, in this case of a helper rig. So but now I understand why they were failing. It doesn't mean that the copy rotation bone constraint is not broken after all. This is, I think it's still suspicious, but what I'm sure now is that what I was doing wrong is that I was having this, trying to copy the bone constraints of a bone, could also be this other bone, but it needed to be the deform rig, because in my rig the deform rig can be offset from the control rig, like in here. So the automation, which is part of the deform rig, but the helper deform rig needs to follow this, not this, right? Because we can offset here. So it's not about using copy bone constraints to copy this transform, but this transforms. But because of the parenting relations, and because parenting does not the automation that we need, this bone I need to get from itself. There needs to be a pathway from bone constraints which relates to the automation, and not a pathway from parenting, or it can be have some pathways from parenting, but that will be insufficient. So I need to do something more advanced here. So the way I found to, so in this way I could just take this off, and instead of using this I would be using a, which is complicated for the fan bone. It just needs to, it's just a derotator in this case. It's not like where the transformation bone constraint is useful are for these fanny bones, I call them. They're also called like that traditionally, but I call the fanny bones which are all, they are all surrounding the upper leg, right, of the characters, so they can move on their own to correct the mesh locally. So it looks like a fan. This is why they are fanny bones. And the fan bone, these ones here, so you have one here and one here. This is actually a dual fan bone system. This orientation might be incorrect, so, or I could have it like here. So the idea of dual fan bones, one derotate in one direction, the other in another direction, right? So this I saw from, so here it will be a clear example. There are different, so they are derotators, they are fan bones, but dual fan bones. So this is the dual fan bone I saw from this. First I seen from the idea of that CG Dive Ogre tutorial you see online, but he wasn't using the way I would expect to, because so far I've seen, but it's a great idea. But he doesn't mention the source. The source is the so far that I know is this Australian professor, right? And he was using a master animation 2 points master, which is a 3D software for rigging and animation, a very old software apparently. Didn't even know it exists. So this was where he developed apparently the fan bone setup. And I don't remember the dual fan bone setup there, but I remember the fan bone and the fanny bones, which look like a fan. And the idea of fan also is for this, right? So the idea of the fan bone is, even the dual fan bone system, is that it is completely, it can be totally analytical in relation to the mesh. So I can totally get the same waves of the sheen here, which is what I did here apparently. I've duplicated this vertex group to here, to the helper knee sheen, so knee sheen, and this is helper knee thigh, right? So there are many ways to set up them, but I prefer doing like that, because then I see the amount of derotation they do in relation to the skeleton bones. And however, in this way we don't see very well the fan, oriental fan, right? That will happen, that why it's also called fan bones, right? In my opinion. So there are the two fan synonyms. They are allegoric to the fan bone system. One for this whole surrounding stuff, and this one for the oriental fan. Okay, so we can reuse the same vertex group and then just reduce, not touching anything on the, not wave painting manually, because its function is really to derotate the mesh on a different amount of, on a lower value. So it's an inversion of transforms, and we want this inversion of transforms to affect the mesh, right, in a very precise way. And in this way we can sort of reverse the artifacts, sort of mathematically reduce the, so the artifact. It's like, that's why very analytic, because then okay, the mesh is rotating too much here to the point it is generating horrid artifacts, and still happening here because it's the system is not functional here right now, right? There's no way. I think they are not. It's working, but the whole setup is not complete, right? So I need to improve this stuff. Anyways, the derotation. This is a bit complicated to know what to derotate. Actually, okay, they don't have bond constraints. They are not really derotating. They are not doing anything here. Actually, they are just sharing waves. Yeah, and these sharing waves apparently is affecting it's affecting the ratios, right? But strangely, yeah, because they are competing with, could be that their waves are not exactly the copy subtracting stuff. So maybe we can do some change and that can be positive sometimes, but usually we don't need, we can be very precise about that. It's also make it easier to, if we know how to make the subtraction in a precise way, or even in an exacting way. Smooth, yeah, we can use smooth, but then it's not very good, smooth waves, because it will take off smooth from the opposite direction and then it will ruin the setup. Yeah, so it's not, we want to just take off like from the, we don't want to touch what is on top or what is on bot. We want to extract those and extract those waves, right? So if we compare, for example, if we compare this, yeah, this is the sheen and this is the helper of the sheen. So you see, I subtract everything here, reduce the waves here, and at the top here, yeah, there is some, so there might be some imperfections there. The waves I think should match here and they are not matching. So this is probably why these when we enable there are so many chunks even though they are not moving. So they don't have bond constraints. So I can automate this by let's try an automation here with my new system, which I need to do. So basically I just need copy rotation, not copy transforms, because so it's opportunistically, if I can use that expression, the deform bond here, let's check, it already has a copy transforms bond constraint. That means its parent is the control sheen, okay, it's the blue one, right? But so this is the parent pathway, parenting relation pathway, and this is the bond constraints pathway. But because the bone is parented and then bone constraint, it is moving through parenting, so and it's rotating through parenting, so its rotation might not match what we see, right? So this is where it gets complicated, because here you see, if we check the transforms, it's on pose mode, it is no rotations. It's because these are local coordinates. So this, despite the copy transform, which is of another bone, of course. So if I change here, yeah, we can't do much with this. We can displace, but the rotations won't really do much here, so it's useless. But you see, probably okay, so You see, the bone is still on local coordinates, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't suffered change through transforms, bone constraints. So there is a path. I am mostly sure of that. So in a big manner, it is being moved by the deform. This is why we need a mechanism bone, but just for the rotations. And then the problem is that I cannot parent. I don't need the location, so it's not about getting the transforms nor scale nor locations, is the rotations via via copy rotation, for example. Let's see what happens if I use a copy rotation here. Replace one. You see, it doesn't do anything because, well, there is the parenting relation. So let's change this, and this I'm unsure, so I'm gonna parent it to, yeah, I'm gonna change the parent here. I'm not sure this, so this is gonna move this and this now. So now this does not respond to this rotation, which could be bad. Well, it still responds to. Okay, it's okay. The question is that this. Wait, how? Why this is? Oh, okay, because, of course, because this is inheriting the deformation bone is inheriting through this copy transforms bone constraint the right transforms even rotation from the tweak knee here, which is a it's like a tweaker bone from Rigify if you want. So here is it's for offsetting, right? So it carries the deform rig. So this is getting the rotation, but not just the Y rotation, so it's not super cool, but it's what I need for this. I don't need to do anything else with this, because if I want, I can have tweak also this one, and this is sufficient for me. So I don't need the other rotation, although we probably could do something about this. Yeah, I need to do F key then. If to do that, it would be something like I need to do this kind of stuff, right? So it doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. So what I need to do here is, you see that the bone is not responding, right? So it has a copy rotations to this, which is no more its parent, and it doesn't work, right? Oh, we need maybe to use local space. Now it seems to work, but maybe the rotations go nuts because we cannot get a quaternions here, dual quaternions rotation mode. So this is an annoying thing, and I suspect this is why this might not be fixable in vanilla Blender so far. There could be but we're gonna check how we can manage the. Now you see that some rotation occur. We don't want the y-axis, maybe we want the z and x, and we need to derotate on a certain value. You see this is not working. We need to try something else, maybe add, maybe before original. Let's leave everything here. Now it's in principle, let's see the orientations. So yeah, this is pointing back, this is pointing, yeah, we need to reset the pose, let's see. Okay, the orientations are matching. The problem is these orientation here are probably not matching. Yeah, this is but this maybe is not important. Yeah, so what is important is what we do here. So we want the derotation from the copy transform. So you see, I don't have the mechanism bone. I'm trying to cheese the system. I'm trying to get, if I can economize a bone, it will be nice, right? But apparently this is not gonna work. So you see, I can have derotation from this, but what I believe is happening is that why it's not, it's like nothing seems to be an invert, of course, because I want the contrary. So this is probably happening maybe because of the something. So it might be happening because this bone is not sufficient to provide the adequate transform. So I'm gonna do something else here, and I'm gonna duplicate this bone. We're gonna make it into a mechanism bone. I'm gonna clear parent because I don't know where I'm gonna place it yet, and I'm going to change here the, yeah, since it is, let's extend here, let's change the color so the mechanism bones will be like that. So we're gonna control F2 B for bones, find replace. So def3, we're gonna mechanism, yeah, just this. We are gonna Alt M move this to mechanism, already fixing this so that we don't have problem with losing the bones. So, and now they don't have parent. This is bad, right? But for now that might be good. So now what I'm gonna do is gonna create a, this is not a mechanism bone, folks. This is different. These are mapper bones. Yeah, they are different category, because usually the mechanism, we could do different though. They could be, I'm thinking, yeah, we could make, actually there could be different ways. Yeah, for now let's just leave them like this. They could be mapper bones, so let's just yeah, strip characters here. Okay, so we're gonna get, so it's not, it has some, yeah, I'm gonna delete because they were copied. Delete all that, so don't bother with this stuff. We're gonna do a full copy transforms here. Replace, yeah, pose space, whatever. And now this bone is full copy it's full bone constraints transforms pathway. No parent relations pathway. So this means this bone is completely clean for transferring bone data in a clear way. And this means that if I change now this target, in theory I should have the perfect orientations for the derotation setup. Let's just try with the X first and see what we have. And well, we seem to, so it doesn't matter which bone I'm posing here, as long as the leg is, as long as the shin bone is rotating, the fan bone is derotating. Yes, apparently no. Strangely, okay, it's not in here. Okay, so this is maintaining super suspicious, this behavior, because yeah, it is super suspicious, which I shouldn't be using this stuff, right? Okay, it's apparently copying something wide now in terms of rotation, so what it is? It's derotating wildly, so this seems to be working now. Let's see, invert X, right? Here it would rotate alongside the mechanism, but you see, for some reason it doesn't stick exactly. Or no, it is all right, but it doesn't seem to want to follow the rotation. It's a bit weird. Maybe it's something about the it has some strange behavior though. Okay, let's invert. This rotation is very suspicious. Yeah, so you see, it's not rotating. Maybe we need the, no? So maybe we need to, yeah, so it shouldn't be, yeah, when I do this, it shouldn't be rotating like that. So this is why I believe this bone constraint is is broken for automation and in a great deal. So but even so, the way I was, so my methods, the idea of having this mechanism with the pathway apparently wasn't the root cause of the lack of automation from the copy rotation bone constraint. So this is completely crazy. I'm gonna still say let's parent this to here, okay, then of course this will, I'm not sure this will be safe, but anyways it is copying the, I gave it a parent, so maybe this helps in doing some getting extra data there, right? Can't be sure, so gonna see the, okay, it's, so got the mechanism here. We're gonna copy rotation, and we want local space, and we want a derotation just for the X to simplify. If I raise the leg, okay, it doesn't, it seems to be on place, right? If we move the leg back, it has this, but when we move it to the original place, yeah, it is there. There's a, okay, when I stretch the leg, there's slight derotation backwards, so this is right. We can reduce this. Usually we want something about in bit around 0.2, 0.3, 0.2, something like that, these fan bones. And then of course the other should do exactly the inverse, right? So here we have too much derotation here for this bending, like it's a 90 degrees derotation, somewhat not respecting this value, right? It is like, it is probably, it's considering the rotation of yeah, it's rotating with its parent, so yeah, so it was fake. So it is getting the rotation of this, which has nothing to do with the, so my mistake. I needed another bone to serve as a reference, so maybe what I need to do here is to change the parent of the mechanism bone. We're gonna parent it to the, okay, we're gonna try something a bit crazy. I don't think this will work, but I'm gonna parent the mechanism bone to the, this is what I used to do, by the way, to the deform shin, although it also has its bone constraint, so it will have a sounds, this won't disrupt the motion of the mechanism bone. It's just more structurally binded to the deform bone, and this is useful sometimes, like for certain setups, not necessarily this one, but for sure when we want to split the deform rig from the control rig in a map warp setup. This is showing some highlight, it doesn't matter. So what I'm gonna do here is to assess what's going on. So we've changed the parenting, and now we can easily check if this automation will be working or not. So apparently this is working now, except we have a radical, no, it's still not working, because when I bend the leg, this is just not having, just not working. We are not getting It's just not working. Yeah, we got some. So here we could use local with parent. This one we can use, but not. We can use the owner local with parent, but the target local with parent would act like a child of bone constraint, so it will go nuts. So never use that unless the bone doesn't have parenting relations. So that's super dangerous, and I found it in a very bad way. So here we see that something weird is happening, right? Even I'm raising the leg and the bone is changing, right? So it's not good. So you see already this is not gonna work. Probably this is glitched already. And now you see the bone stays behind, so it's just not working. So I thought that could work, then add maybe. So it just gets more and more difficult, right? Here apparently things are working, but then let's bend. And you have this 90 degrees rotation or derotation, which is, right, this is totally ineffective. So local parent, yeah, so it's just garbage. So this is welcome to copy rotation bone constraint. So it's I don't know, I've been trying this over and over again for a long period of time. I thought I was doing correct because things seems to be worked, but eventually I started to see that there are complications. The x-axis, yes, it is right there. So so apparently there is nothing to do about this bone. It's completely useless. I will then, well, maybe there's still a good use for this which will be, let's not delete it right yet. Maybe it can help with the transformation bone constraint, but again the copy rotation is a disaster, unfortunately. So I'm still gonna report that because it seems impossible to rig the automation. No more of this crap. I'm gonna use we could use a driver also, but I don't like drivers. No one likes drivers. No, of course it's not like that, but I still prefer the transformation bone constraint whenever possible. So we're going to in principle I could do this. Yeah, let's try directly in the bone, actually the deform, then here, then we're gonna transformation bone constraint. So this will work very smoothly. We just need the local space mapped from. So here we need something like rotation. Yes, map the rotation. Here we pick quaternions because I'm using this as rotation mode. Then it's for this in principle I could derotate anything, right? But we could get here is a question, right? What we want here. I will check what I was using for the other bone constraint. So I was using local space. Yeah, it's a deform type. So I was using these values here. Yeah, so and add rotation to rotation. So it's just I'm mimicking. The idea is to just mimic the copy rotation bone constraint, but in the correct way, so without the bugs of the copy rotation. So this will work smoothly. It's just tricky. Here it is default. So the copy rotation bone constraint doesn't have this, and we'll try this with both the mechanism bone and the deform bone. So it's not only it will. Here we're gonna even change the parent. We'll parent to the deform sheet, who cares? And we are going to bring this to, so x to x, y to y, yes, and z to z. So that's it. We need now to decide the derotation, because now it's super simple, it's just derotation. And so in relation to this value I need to decide how much derotation it will have. So it's like if I want 0.3, it will be about 1/3 of negative 108, or normalized value rate 180. 1/3 of that is 60 degrees. So it's so you could have this in a better, easy way. Like even we could have like to simplify 100 and negative 100, but there could be a little problem here. Now we could use extrapolate. Yeah. Okay, let's try something different here to simplify our calculations. Maybe it's a better approach. Weird, but whatever. The other one is even weirder when it's harder to assess because you need to be calculating the proportions. So here we could. So here if I want 30%, yeah, about. So you could do 33 here, and here we could do I don't know what's the inverse. Probably it needs to be, yeah, it needs to be symmetric, because otherwise the proportion will. There is an exception, I think. No, it's on the. Yeah, maybe there's an exception, but to this, but it might be on the advanced futuristic. There might be. It's not super important. So in principle, this is reflective. We seems to be lacking the target here, or I've lost stupidly. There we go. Leg upper. No. This target is. No, this is armature. No, it's the target here. Okay, now we got it. And yeah, probably the target should be hip, right? And okay, what is happening here? Okay, now it works. Oh, I'm using the wrong. I was using the wrong. Okay, just checking if I didn't break anything. No, this is correct. Okay. So let's get the deform hip here into this. I was picking the wrong bone, so here we're gonna just select the armature and oh yeah, of course, because in this case we are trying to do a specific rotation, but I'm still reconsidering this, because although we have this bone, helper bone here, which is typical, the fan bone, what the fan bone needs to do here is not exactly this. So here we're gonna make something different. I could have another one, but I think this will be better. So currently the parenting is def hip. Let's change the parent. Yes, we are, because what I want to do is like a dual fan bone, in which, because in here I would have this possibility here, this possibility, and that's it. But this is not gonna help. These motions here won't help in deforming the mesh, in correcting the mesh very well, because the rotation of this bone in the pelvis is not super important. The problem is this one, so we're gonna, so parent deform hip. So this parent maybe I will keep. However, I'm gonna, because I was checking again the tutorial from CG Dive about the ogre and these dolphin bones, and then yeah, turns out that, not sure if he was using for this case particularly, but what is, I get the idea of pinching, right? The fan bone system pinching. Of course, this joint is much more complicated, right? So we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna do this, or we can just flip this. Okay, great. So it doesn't want to collaborate. I'm gonna snap it anyways to the vertex, take this off. Now we're gonna, yeah, it has the alignment, but we can, yeah, reset row is reset. We're gonna parent it back to the, yeah, parent to the def there, so it should be inverted. So while this bone is, I'm gonna check both. Okay, we need to do something here. Yes, one is facing backward. This should help the automation. If not, we just revert it. But in principle, this reversion is good here. Then we go back here for the skeleton, right? Yeah, the problem is that I've interrupted what I was doing for the other automation, but okay, we're gonna get that. So you see, I will use a local space here. Probably this was made because of the positioning, but we'll also check here. You see, those still don't have bone constraints, so very strange that I hadn't finished this setup in this character. Interesting. So this is super annoying, but okay, we can, I would have to revise the other character, but doesn't matter where all this setup was, but we can keep doing here from scratch. It's mostly from scratch. So basically here we're gonna do this also. This is already a deformed bone, right? So it is really affecting the rig. We're gonna, yeah, maybe should hide some stuff here. So let's see here some effects of this helper bone. So the idea will be that this will do a derotation like here. I might also change the waves here, so this is delicate. I don't have another limb here, like in the case of the joint, so maybe here what we really want is to have a deep pinching mesh that will derotate exactly. So this is weird, but the fact is that this system here, having this fan bone here, was not really helping too much in terms of the, so it's not being bad also, but it was not being very productive, I feel. So the idea of deep pinching precisely might be better way to go at this point. You see what we can do, of course, provide I don't mess this mesh too much. So the waves here might be too messed up here in the bottom part, in the lower leg, but you see we have this kind of effect. Of course, this is just 90, not even 90 degrees. So, and this is just one angle. We would need this depinching everywhere, but then this is where I have these other fan bone systems which are not for the joint. But actually this is an interesting concept, right? If I can do this, so you see the fan system here, for the dual fan bones, so we are depinching this area. Of course the waves, and this is actually working pretty nice, right? Look at this bending, right? Of course I have other helper bones here which are doing some work, so it's not just because of this, but this is probably helping a lot for this particular. So I'm calling this now deep pinching, because if they moved, so this would be the, if they moved like normally, we'll have this terrible result, right? But because they have the derotation, both of them, right? So they are depinching that region. The problem is that this fan bone is controlling too much mesh. Is actually even a deformed bone, so this is might be incorrect, right? So I need to, so I'm just thinking maybe I can make this, remake this fan bone system in a even more analytic way. So the idea would be to have this depinching, dual fan bones depinching. It's not only derotators, yeah, the derotators and depinchers, but for the localized mesh, just as I did for these ones, right, which are all around the, see, they are here, 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 and here, so they are all surrounding the upper leg joint region with the, right? So basically I'm thinking if I do this, so this needs to be activated for notably on the front bending of the leg, maybe somewhere else, but essentially here. So this is where its particular transformation bone constraint, this is not new for automation, right? It will be activated based on just the negative x-axis, if it's the actually local, yeah, it's a negative, so apparently, so anyways, and here we set 0 or some, we don't want this to be activated on the back bending, because this just maybe yes, but we do another effect there, but we should be careful about this because it will be symmetric and the anatomy is asymmetric. So this will be an automation for the front bending only, and of course this all brings other problems, which are the deltas, but this we will not enter in this detail right now. Okay, so if I have this setup, then I can have another setup like that for also the pinching of the glutes, which is fantastic idea. So strange, I never thought about this, and so I'd have to have a bones like this, so equivalent, but for the back, and they would be positioned exactly in this way, like they will be stacking crazily, but they will. So this is why maybe we would like to have them in CG Dive has put them, but he in his examples, the ones that I've seen, at least for the simple joints, just in one set, right? We'll have at least two sets, one to the front, one to the back, but actually one from the side, so three sets, and plus one maybe for the yeah. So four sets of the pincher bones or the rotators, fan bones, dual fan bone systems. So that will end up with a octa fan bone system, but in a depincher method. And this way will also be, that particular way of doing this maybe doesn't imply that the bones need to match mathematically the vertex waves there. It could, but it's possibly here what we want to do is something more localized for yeah. So it's a different, slightly different approach, but we could match, but it will be a bit complicated because we need to redistribute the waves for each set in an organized way, right? Probably auto-normalize would help in that case, but even auto-normalize would have serious problems because it will still take off waves from the base skeleton thigh, so and the other ones in the torso, so lower torso. This will be bad, right? So it's difficult. It will be difficult to do this with precision or even more exactitude with the if we wanted it to be exact. It's different from a single case here of where the pinchers, the rotators, they can actually have the same waves, exactly the same waves, except with a subtraction, right? So this will be much simpler than this. Okay, let's return here. So I'm not going to, yeah, so I'm not gonna be able to set up all this. Here you see I have already some setup work. So you see, it's, if the minimum is negative and the maximum is positive, naturally then the minimum will be positive and the maximum will be negative. And these values here, this is not 30 degrees, this actually is 1/6, right? So it will be like, it's less than 0.3 in terms of influence. And of course you can also play with the influence here, but here this is probably not a great idea, although yeah, because it will affect everything, right? So it's, but we could play, but the we need to use the extrapolate if I want to have this set up here. So if it is 0.6, that will be, it's like we just need to, what is this division is 0.15, right? So we could say yeah, I could say 0.2, and here negative, and that should be an equivalent rotation. But we can see how the fan bone derotates. It's not too much, right? We need to augment this, then maybe actually I got it wrong, it's 2 degrees. No, it's 15 degrees. No, we are not getting the parent here is deform type. Okay, extrapolate, yes. Maybe we need local, no. Add rotation negative to XYZ, XYZ, negative to positive, yes. Adding quaternion. Let's reset. Okay, you see it's there, nothing, it's not responding now. So this is why maybe we did the mechanism bone. So here, okay, so something about this. Maybe because of this shouldn't be like that. Okay, anyways, this would be a derotation, but then this will certainly cause problems as we Alright, so this is where the mechanism bone could help in theory. Let's see if that is true. I'm gonna shift D here. Let's make the name of the bone doesn't matter here, so we're gonna clear parent. Let's try the basic stuff here. We're gonna check now if my theory, my thesis is correct. Just a copy transforms pathway. I'm gonna use this as a target now. Aha! So local space, yeah, then extrapolate. So the idea of extrapolate is so that whichever the more the value, it will keep growing. Okay, so this is working, even though for this particular, the setup that I'm doing now is not the typical fan bone for is the fan bone that is the pincher for just the front, so we'll have to probably change this stuff. But you see that the idea of the mechanism also has a functionality for a transformation bone constraint setup, while for the copy rotation bone constraint is so bad that it not even that works. The extrapolate, however, doesn't seem to produce any event here as I would expect. So strangely, yeah, so I'm having this maximized at 100, negative 100, so this is weird. Now, hold on, it is continuing. Let's try something else here. So the extrapolate is working actually, yeah, it is working. Let's try, let's augment this to a symmetric value here. Alright, so if I augment more, it keeps doing even more, right? So this is correct. And same there. Alright, so the theory here is correct, folks. The mechanism type here, it's not parented. Now I just wonder what will happen if I parent it, and I don't have too many choices here. I would, okay, let's try many things here. I don't like anything here, but we're gonna try one by one. So here we go. We're gonna get here this, gonna see what will happen when we plug when we parent the mechanism type, this big one here, to the deform. So it's not mechanism, it will be a mapper, just for transferring bone transforms data to the helper bone in a correct way, because this one couldn't help, right? I wasn't getting all that I wanted spontaneously. When I targeted when I targeted here, we just lose a lot of stuff, and there is little that we can, it's hard to control, right? We just don't have the adequate controls. So here we have the cards. So now I get here so this is how to make a helper rig, and I need to make a tutorial about this because this investigation is taking many years or at least plenty of months of and finally I understand now many things, but I can't explain the copy rotation bone constraint. Seems totally bugged for me still. It won't even, this what I'm doing wasn't even helping. Okay, so this worked, this I don't need, just local space, then here this is working and this is working. I want to check the parenting, right? So we're gonna do this to this, and we're gonna see if this ruins the setup. It ruins the setup because now, because the mechanism bone is parented to the deform type, it will neutralize the because the parenting transforms occur first, so it will follow the deform bone. So on worst space, so it will keep its local coordinates intact, the mechanism, and so it just nothing will happen, and that will be a disgrace, and nothing will be oops, this is not, sorry folks, this is not the right setup. What I mean here is get this, so this won't do anything. There is in the driver there's transform space which would allow to apparently ignore the parenting, which is what I would like to do, but I think this doesn't exist. Local without parent, that would be nice, right? So here we, that would be nice, but then if I did that, we'd have some terrible things when we move some root bone. This will probably affect, you see, so we can't use this, it'll totally ruin it will, the bone react, you see, the bone reacts to the chain of F key chain, so it's whatever is the So you cannot never, mostly, I think this may be even bug, but anyways, it's mostly useless, this thing. So we can't use it, and I can't get the proper automation from this. I would need to I don't think anything would work here. So target. Yeah, it's targeting that, okay. Hold on, maybe we can do something here. Maybe I can bypass the parenting. No, it doesn't work. So as you can see, we can't fake that, we can't neutralize the, otherwise we'll have the, so parenting makes the dead of the automation possibilities here. So we need to unparent, right? The mechanism bone cannot be parented but the question now is, do we leave it unparented, or maybe we parent it to the, so this one is parented to the control, so maybe we can parent it. Another possibility will have to have the mechanism bone being, yeah, this is what I'm doing right now actually. So mechanism bone is, okay, so let's see now. Okay, nothing. So now I have the same problem. Yeah, I have a similar problem because it's not pose space, right? Because we this is an interesting one though, but I don't see what's happening. Probably this never works anyways for me, so yeah, it's just getting the pose space, which is, yeah, it's totally glitched. So yeah, so we can't have this, the parenting is really terrible here. So there's no other way. I can at least parent it to the root, but who knows, maybe this caused some problem. Let's try to parent to the, Yeah, I have a mechanism hip, I think, but this could be dangerous. I don't know what that bomb does. Okay, we can leave it unparented. If let's try to parent it to the root and see if it gets any weird behavior because of this. So this is very simple. Just move here. And apparently everything, it seems to be working fine. So it might be a question. There's another test to do, which will be to try to move other bones here and see, like our bones containing some hierarchy are in the middle of the hierarchy, so maybe this one, center of gravity. It's hard to visualize what's happening to the bone itself. I think we're getting some trouble. This could be because of another behavior, but indeed we see, yeah, it is moving. So let's unparent and see what happened. Now it doesn't look correct either. I see why it might not look correct, because this gets transforms from all sorts of, indeed, yeah. So even that is not good enough. No, maybe it's just local space then on replace, right? Okay, but if that is so, we don't care about this one, so let's check here. But then no automation there. Need to complete this. Yeah, so this is indeed super puzzling. So you need here to parent it, right? If it has this, and then of course this parenting will be disruptive. We'll try again. And so again we are not getting the good stuff. It's not reacting. yeah, so it's like I have to consult my other file here because this is getting impossible. So I've made the mechanism, doesn't work right. Let's just do the parenting basic thing that parent to the left thigh, then we're gonna try again to I see that the automation fails as expected, but yeah. So this mechanism thing is useless, so now this is very frustrating. I thought I had it, but I ended up empty-handed here. Let's go back to the... Yeah, I should open the other file. Yeah, it's just curious here. It works seeing what worked. So we have and now even not totally convinced it is working perfectly. So, but we're gonna see. No, it's not this. Okay, we have the skeleton helper. Okay, let's see. So we have some it's not this, it's probably this one. Yeah, so this bone is parent to the thigh. Okay, this is the fan bone. The orientation, yeah, doesn't matter. So it has a transformation bone constraint, right, targeting the same bone that it is parent to. So no mechanism bone for that. Then this, there's a little difference here. This uses copy transforms to while it is parented to the... Okay, in the worst case scenario I can reproduce this, it's not impossible, but sort of annoying. But then I have this transformation, local space, and just the same stuff there. No extrapolate here because I'm using this data. So let's do some crazy juggling here with the character, and then we gonna pick some bones here and check for this automation, and we see that apparently it's not going in the right direction. So apparently we were able to break the rig. So possibly but you need to check, wasn't it broken already? No. So here, so interestingly, even here we got some terrible problems. So was just then what caused it though? The root. Yes, the root. Maybe this thing should be done with drivers then, the only way to solve this craziness. No, I'm not convinced, but here it's clear that this setup here, yes, there is a little problem here, is that this is slightly different, so well, this is evidence that this was dangerous. So okay, let's let's try once more. So I'm gonna ignore this thing here, so just turn it off. I'm going to get this. No, I'm gonna target here. I'm gonna have it parented. Zach, hi, welcome. Hello, bro. How you doing? Welcome back. This was, yeah, just 1 minute ago. So, beginning of new week. Lots of stuff. I hope not be doing this rigging stuff for too long, but I'm just gonna check this and then I go back for the melt rig, which should be the face rig, which should be much more interesting. So here gonna get here this, yeah, change the target, local space, extrapolate, all that. So also gonna change these values here. Alright, so this is different. I'm mimicking what I had on the other character I just opened, the one that should be successful for the automation, but turned out that I was able to break the rig in the end. And so here we see that this is not working. The fan bone is not derotating. This is getting seriously annoying because apparently I can never fix this entirely. There's always something that is not even the character that I thought was working. And the thing is that the pathway of the parenting is necessary to keep the bone aligned with the rig, or the torso at least. Yeah, so I need some sort of parent that is for the torso, right? Maybe this thing here, right? Let's see. Yeah, this will be the most stable one. So this is sort of ridiculous, but I need to parent this to this, so now the mechanism has a stable parent. So it moves with the body, with the torso, right? The control torso. So it's not a bone that will go crazy like the spine, for example, or the legs. So it's very stable bone, or some mechanism bones here which I ensure what it does. So this one is parented to what? It is parented to hip sway, and does it has a bone constraint? Okay, this relatively safe. No bone constraint, yeah, it's relatively safe, so we can parent it to this mechanism hip. We are going to re-get this copy transforms on pose space, so total transforms here, and then we get to retarget this to the mechanism. Local space, okay, but isn't that expected to happen? Yes, but now the big picture. We need to make the crazy assessments here. Let's hope that it seems to be well positioned. We can still try to break the rig. I don't see it moving. Let's rotate this. This is changing the leg position. This is why this is rotating, but alright. Let's try something else. Let's try hip sway. Well, it's normal maybe to derotate. Okay, so maybe this is suspicious, but it's not totally incorrect. So I think this time I figured it out. So not empty hand. So maybe this parenting is problematic. So the worst case scenario, maybe I should bring the parenting to another bone, but this is the very strange workaround, but it seems to fix the problem. So the solution, let's make a small highlight here so that anyone coming here could get the information finally, now that I seem to have found the correct solution. Let's say here I'm adding something in the chat is helper rig making the proper automation setup for helper rig or corrective armature deform method. And more than that, big issue with transforms pathways. It is parenting relation and bone constraints. Yeah, that's a big topic here, but it's not a record, it's just a start on here. We're gonna, so here's the problem, folks, and problem solved, I hope, because I've tried this over and over and over and over and over again and always was getting some problem. So here I have a fan bone that needs to derotate in relation to the, let's simplify this visualization here. So basically, let's just pick this and maybe this and maybe the root. Okay, so Shift H. Okay, so we have here the skeleton, and you see that I have many bones here. Actually, this is a mechanism bone, not exactly a mechanism, a mapper bone that I've created here. Could be called mechanism too, but here is the thigh and the mechanism thigh, and then we have thigh, and then we have the helper rig, we have the fan bone here, just this one that I want to yeah, so I'm gonna hide here, then I'm gonna re-enable the okay, what happened to, okay, let's Control Z something. I think I accidentally moved some bones. Okay, never mind. So let's pick them individually like that, and that should help. Okay, there we go. Now also I want this. So here the problem is that to have this little fan bone derotate in relation to the deformation type is it's super complicated, because this automation, actually it's super complicated to find the correct setup that will work all the time. First, a little problem is that we need to know how to parent and how to relate with bone constraints the bone so that it will automate on demand. The problem is that we don't rotate the thigh bone, deformed thigh bone manually. Maybe not even from the skeleton, but from indirectly from right? So from a master foot bone, for example, or the torso. But then the problem is that one of the problems is that there is a derotation about, let's say, 30 degrees here. It's like or 60 degrees. I mean, not, it's a percentage. So it will be like if you rotate the leg 90 degrees, yeah, so you see it derotates 60 degrees, or actually it lags behind in about 60 degrees, so it's like 60%, I mean, it lags behind, and this in all orientations because of the way this is done, right? So the thing here is that depending on what we target, automation will not respond to the bone. It will only respond if we move this manually or another bone, but not here. So this is the one big problem. The other problem is that, okay, maybe we fix that, but then if we rotate like something on the rig, like the root bone, for example, then we might find out, it's hard to find out, that the helper bone will rotate on its own, like not respecting the automation, but respecting the, right, because of bad parenting relation or bad setup in general. So we need to test the automation with the higher bones in the hierarchy, especially like the torso, the root, or the and so then we can see if the bone gets displaced because of this. So the other problem is the bone constraint, right? But that it should be the target. What will be the target? So if the target is directly the deformed bone, depending on how we parent the helper bone itself, right now it's parented to the deformed type. So if I just use the bone constraint on its parent, like it is here, it will not inherit properly the transforms, because it is already transforming through the parenting relation. So it is not stacking. It's not. Sorry, just a moment. So I just probably won't do the motion. It will, like, it already has the transforms to the parenting. So then I create a mechanism bone, which is confusing here, but it's thigh 0.1. So this is a mechanism or a mapper bone, which is then is not parented here, but its bone constraint, replace pose space, could be word spaces here, so it's bone constraint to the deformed thigh bone, so that it will have a pathway of bone constraints only, bone transforms pathways of the bone constraints only. But what about the parenting relation? Because if it doesn't have, if this, I found out, if the mechanism or mapper bone is not parented to anything, then the fan bone will not also work correctly. I don't remember exactly what will happen, but we'll see here. So right now the automation is working, you see the rotation, but as soon as I start to if I rotate, for example, this, then we end up finding out that the it's not the case. Hold on, something. I haven't parented this. It's following on pose space, right? So apparently everything seems right now, but what's happening there? You see, something is not right here. Why this is happening is because the target of the bone constraint, which is the mechanism bone, because it has no parenting relation, it is just transforming based on copy transform, so it's word spaces, and so now the fan bone is identifying that this bone has rotated a lot, because of what I did to the it transforms a lot, right? Because it has no parenting relation, but the root bone, which is could be a higher hierarchy bone, is carrying through a parenting relation pathway that is then inherited to by the copy transforms on pose spaces, on mix replace. So actually the parenting relation transforms that I made here from the root bone, they migrate, they are stolen, let's say like this, they become they become bone constraints transforms pathway for so this bone data is corrupted right now, because when this bone inherits through the pathway of bone constraints, it will get this. However, maybe here we could try something. No, this doesn't help, and this also doesn't help, so never mind. I was just experimenting. So so turns out that maybe there is something we can do, but in principle no, nothing here helps that I have tried. So we cannot leave the mechanism bone unparented. But so where are we parented to? So because if I parent it to either the control thigh, which is also the parent of the deformed thigh, so if I parent it to the deformed thigh, it won't work, because then the automation will fail, right? The automation now is doing nothing, because what I've already explained some time before, it's complicated, but it's already transforming through parenting relation, and the bone constraint doesn't catch, there's nothing to transform anymore, so the bone constraint transforms pathways is rendered mostly useless. It's redundant, so it doesn't work. And so same if we parented to the thigh. So for example, control type. So if I parent it to the parent of the deform, which has a good location, of course, the same problem will arise. The bone doesn't automate, so it's redundant transforms and are rendered useless, probably because the parental relation happens first and then it tries to catch, and there is well, nothing has changed, so it's the same junk. So then one way that I'm trying now, so okay, we need a parent that is stable. It cannot be the root, because the root is a parent that is not related to the contraption of the hip thigh joint. So we need a bone that is doesn't do the crazy rotations of the thigh, but that it's stable around the area. So what I found out is that maybe we can, so this might not be perfect, but there are two stable bones here, which would be the hip sway, but I have a mechanism for the hip, so it is just parent to the hip sway, apparently no bone constraint, so it's just a stable bone. It could be the torso here as well, master torso. I suspect all of them will have trouble, because the parenting motion might distort something, but it's slight. At least they are stable bones. So this mechanism bone here, mechanism hip, so we're gonna parent, maybe it could be this one, I don't know, but I'm trying something more stable, so let's try this, and then I have already tried and that works. So I'm gonna parent this mechanism to the mechanism type, then I'm gonna go to the other here and also copy paste. I'm just going to the opposite one. Okay, so they are a bit more symmetric now. Okay, just it's basically I symmetrize the. Okay, so now this safe parent apparently so it responds to the hip sway, this thing, right? Parent to control hip sway, which is this one that I've just grabbed, and it is also has got no bone constraints, no drivers, so it's a very stable bone for this case. So my only doubt is that maybe this hip sway motion is making the bone get some extra rotation when we enable this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just can't be so sure. Let's try to unparent and see what happens. See, the bone has this position here. It's clear parent. No, not a good idea. Alright, so I'm not sure. Anyways, the fact is that this is not at least it's aligned with the kind of transform, so maybe it's rotating a bit too much, right, if it is affecting, but the fact is that now if I do any stuff like this, we'll see that the bone stays in place, it doesn't go crazy, it's here, you see, just because this leg is slightly rotated, but you see it is rotating in relation to it. Maintain this idea, so 60% derotated backward, right? Then let's get this. Let's go again, you see it's stable. Let's rotate this. and even move, because why not? So, but in principle is the rotation. It is same angle. It is stabilized. Then okay, so there is just this problem now, which I'm not certain. So this is moving, but because this is part of the contraption, so I'm not sure if this is moving due to the some small amount of parenting relation that gets from this, so maybe, right? Or if it is just natural that it is just getting extra the rotation because it's relational, right? The rotation of this bone. Yeah, so in principle this should be it seems to be adequate. So this is so the ultimate that I found to ultimate solution for these automations of helper rig. It's tricky, very tricky. So I'll try to resume here to conclude. Essentially, the fan bone, the helper fan bone, is parent to the deformed type. The deformed type, there's a mechanism bone which is parented to a stable bone of the rig, of the region of the complex joint, in this case the hip thigh joint, pelvis femur joint, right? Then it's the, I use the mechanism, but it probably could be the torso, control torso, or the control hip sway, whichever you prefer. But this a stable bone that will be the parent of this mechanism, and then the mechanism, which has the same orientations and same bone length and same everything of the deform. So it's more like a mechanism or a mapper bone, right? For so it will inherit the data, the transforms of the deformed type bone through copy transforms, full both spaces, replace. But it is not parented to it, otherwise it will just neutralize this effect when it comes to targeting. So I use the transformation bone constraint to mimic the effect of a copy rotation bone constraint, which is horrible. It causes a lot of trouble with the rotations. So I'm mimicking a copy rotation bone constraint with a transformation bone constraint, which is a bit like a driver, and then target only local space. Extrapolate here is like if I'm mimicking some 100% influence instead of using this like in the copy rotation. Usually for the fan bone we want something about around here, right, a low range, but here we leave at this, and then this is like, if the fan bone is supposed to be global, global, I mean for all the sides of the leg, of the limb, then we probably want to isolate the X, the Z, and from different types, but this is a generic one, so it's just here symmetric stuff, right, for all, and then we get rotation again. So I want quaternions. We can't get it from the copy rotation bone constraint, so this is another problem of the copy rotation bone constraint. And then default, so then I get rotation map from rotation to map to rotation, so it's target map from target, so it's the mechanism or mapper type, this one, which is again inheriting to copy transforms bone constraints the transformer of the deformed type, but it is the mechanism or mapper type is parented to a stable So it's crossed here, so it's complicated. It cannot be parent to anything else that is. If it's parent to a bone on the leg, this will cause problems. If it's parent to the root, it will cause problems. If it's parent to nothing, it will cause problems. It needs to be parent to something stable around this region, and that is why. So this is super complicated indeed to discover how that operates, and then in this way we'll have the automation running. Okay, so this is this 60% here is just meaning that it's too much, right? Actually, we'd like this to be about 30%, so I'm just gonna grab this, and so it's an inversion, so it's a derotation. So from minimum negative and a maximum positive, we'll have a minimum positive and a maximum negative. So it's just an inversion here. Here we want add, right? That doesn't need to be replaced. And so here we'll have full correct automation. So you see that the rotation is about 30 degrees when we reach a 90 degrees rotation, but it will continue because it will have extrapolate here. So this is why these values don't matter. I was doing 180, negative 180 to 180 degrees there, but then this as a global value to find what will be the equivalent of a, so it's of a 0.3 for example, then we have to divide mentally, right, 180 degrees by, right, so it's annoying. So by having this with extrapolate, this will, of course, in some other setups, if we want to isolate, I would like to isolate, but this generic one, this generic fan bone cyst setup here, we can use this. It is fine. It is simpler too. So it's like this is 100%, and I want to just 30%, right? And it needs to be symmetric in this generic case because we want proportional automation, right, on all orientations and all directions, and this won't cause distortions when we rotate the master bones, maybe except slightly extra rotations here, but you see, it's, if that's the case, it's slight and it's being aligned, so maybe it's not the case. So this is how to fix this maddening setups. It's about a mechanism bone that inherit through bone constraints pathway from the deformed type, but then it needs a parent that is stable, and then we do this transformation bone constraint. Could be a driver could be stable, also it could be, I haven't tried with the driver so far to see if it's easier. Maybe it's easier in relation to the setup of the parenting, and yeah, it probably could be much easier than building all that also, but I prefer currently I still prefer this, but at some point I will try to the driver. There are some curious things we can do with drivers, and in some cases it could be easier. There's even in the driver, instead of the transform, there is a diagonal, there's an angle difference property or type of restraint we can do. This is very interesting because we could assign a difference of angle between two bones. I've tried this once to see if that works. It's difficult to without a tutorial, but apparently it can work. So for example, I want the angle between these, the thigh and the spine, so that can be useful. That can be a shortcut to some other issues. So it's an interesting property that we can do with driver. I think we cannot do it bone constraint, but in this case we are getting the automation anyways. So finally, that is this highlight. Let's go back to the problem here. Yeah, the face rig. So I'm not gonna complete this leg rigs because it will take time. We're gonna go back for the cool stuff now, cartoony cool stuff, which is the universal sonic melt setup. So I have a ghost mesh here. I've already refreshed it, and I'm reworking the facial rig so that it can, let's see what we have here. We need the facial setup, just the, yeah, we can hide these bones. We want the face, yes, face deforms. We have facial bones, we have jaw, chin, not arcades, lips, helper, lips, yes. So we're gonna address some waves here. I'm gonna show how this is working or not working. Also, it's not completed, but it's in. We are getting progress here. So here we got we can see the ghost mesh behind, right? It is slightly behind, right? 0.02 I think 0.002 even. We can check here in how I've made the shrink wrap modifier for the face. So you have here the shrink wrap muzzle. I have this data here. So yes, when I use the shrink flatten operator on the ghost muzzle to get it smaller, right, than you see real-time shrink wrapping here. So shrink flatten, you know, transforms shrink flatten alt S. So this is a special operator. It's not like scaling on axis or whatever, on transform pivot points or normal transform orientation. Now this is very specific. This is proposed by Universal Sonic Mount rigs anyways. It's in the documentation. So what I have here is that, hold on, need to recover some data here. So now, alright, so I have the shrink wrap that compensate, right, by then offsetting above wait, is this really necessary? Yes, it is necessary, because otherwise, if I don't do this, the mesh will shrink wrap backwards, right? It will shrink wrap, but we want it to be floating. So there is a distance between the ghost mesh now and the mesh. I don't really understand why, but it seems to be better. We can still achieve some functional results if they match, but in this way it should be safer. And also something that I've improved, oh yeah, this works, totally works a highlight. Let's mark here, folks, this will be important. So it's the Universal Sonic Mount setup with a rig with adaptation, creases, Vertex Creases solution for Subdivision Surface Modifier instead of Edge Creases. So this was a mistake that I was doing. Hold on, let's get back here. Okay, so here is a mistake that I have been doing. Yes, in my setup with the Universal Sonic Mount rig, because I was using Subdivision Surface Modifier on the mesh with the creases, because my character design has pointy nose and some sharp edges here and there, like on the chin. But the problem is that I was doing this with edge creases like this, right? Okay, we see generic creases here, but these are just generics. There are 0.3 edge creases everywhere. But when it comes to the angular areas, I've decided to not do larger creases, bigger creases I was doing here, like I was doing like, I don't know, 0.6, something like that. But these will cause serious problems to the Subdivision Surface Modifier, not for this one, but for the ghost muzzle interacting with the mesh here being shrink wrapped to it. So instead of having this edge creased larger, bigger than these ones, I've used something I never used before. They're Vertex Crease, and so you see this has this point here. This vertex has it's a different color. This is looks like a ball, right? A circle. So this is the Vertex Crease. These don't have Vertex Crease. It's just for the sharp points. And fortunately, my character design just needs, I find out, just this. So the tip of the nose, maybe here we could have, but no, just this is working. And so this is also a functionality, a feature of the use crease for the Subdivision Surface Modifier. Okay, nothing happens here because actually this mesh is shrink wrapped, right? So if I turn off the shrink wrap muzzle, ignore what's happening there, then now if I turn off the subdivision, the edge crease, no. Okay, let's try another example. Sharp edge or custom detected. I don't know what's happening here, folks, but anyways, I was using simplify, that always happened. Okay, so let's do now. Yeah, so you see what the difference? We turn off use crease, so that there the point, it becomes smooth, right? And that is bad for the characters. I need the crease. So certain artifacts were happening, and we don't see them here, but the edge creases, extra bigger ones on the way I was doing before, instead of using the vertex crease just on the tip of the sharp edge, what's causing some. This is still 0.3, so these are fine because they are all the same, right? So no problem here. And the problem is that in the Universal Sonic Mount rig, the ghost muzzle is a reproduction, right? It's a copy, duplicate, separated mesh, and then shrink flat and all that. So it is the same edge data, and it also uses subdivision modifier. And here there's a little more, so it's better for an exception here. Okay, it's not subdivision of 1 but 2, but okay, we're still using so the edge data is still the same. There should be an edge crease here, I guess. Vertex crease, yeah, 0.8, so it's exactly, I don't see it, but it should be there. 0.3, so it's all the same, right? And those especially close to the mirror modifier was causing some crazy things on the real mesh, not the ghost but this one. And so I didn't know what was going on, and apparently it was the fact that I was using the edge creases, and then these edges were going crazy. So very crazy stuff. But then there is the Vertex Crease. So that's it. Vertex Crease is the solution for the sharp points, right? Sharp edge? No, not sharp edge, sharp points, literally sharp points, to be more precise here and avoid confusion. So these creases, generic crease, they are just to have the Subdivision Surface Modifier. In all my character I have 0.3, it's just to have the subdivision not to destroy so much the shapes that I've planned from the mesh on rest position, right? On the cloths, however, on the, like for example here on the cloth, sometimes I decide to not use edge crease, but I can't find an example right now. Maybe this, yeah. So here we don't have, and here we have 0. No, these are 1. Okay. Anyways, for the cloth I don't care, but for the character I care much. So everything is creased, edge crease, but vertex crease now is only for this sharp specific points, and I can probably improve here. We got here some. So here is, see, we have this edge crease. These are, seems to be correct. So here, maybe here we could get edge crease of 0.8. Yeah, why not? And here I'm not sure. Let's see, 0.3 vertex crease. Because it's a pointy edge, and so there could be other areas, right? But in principle this should be correct. So this took me a while to figure out this problem relative to Subdivision Surface Modifier. So now you see this, I need to improve this setup, right? Let's see, do you have dependency cycles here? Apparently not, so everything seems to be correct. We have some warnings here. This is because of drivers, or yeah, invalid drivers. Still think I have to clear this out. But this is not a problem here for now. So you see, we are having very good deforms here for the basic clips, right? The generic clips, of course, but we also have, these are controllers, right? Main master controllers. These will move the arcades. As you can see, the wine color ones. This will deform the teeth, the arcades, with some automation directly to the arcades. I'm not gonna show this right now, but so there's, and here I'll show the actual lips bones. Oh yes, some very interesting thing. You see that these bones are automating. What is this? So this is not a regular lip bone. Oh no, it is. So these are the deform lips, but the tweak lips, they are actually here. Okay, so you have tweak lips here. They are the parent of the. Alright, you see very clearly what they do. We're gonna make an improvement here. I checked this on some tutorials, so we're gonna, you see that my setup of the top lip, it stacks with the bottom lip corner, right? These corners. This, I thought it could be nice to have some more rounded shape sometimes, and actually that works. Turns out that we can have a triple one and that apparently can help. I'm not sure this will be better than what I have here, but I intend to try it out, because there is a technique to try to improve the waves, like point on vertex, bone on vertex. So to improve the right, it's like the point of the lips of the mouth are the vertices, right? They are joints. Literally, they are indeed joints. They must be conceived somehow as joints. So you place the deformed bones exactly where these joints are, approximately, right? And then this will help the deforms usually. But of course, this is just a little detail, but it's important because from these joints we can do more, and this counts also for the joint of the lips corner. This is why in this setup that I have here, we have, I didn't have, in the inverse sonic mouth rig, the middle joint here is ignored, there doesn't exist. But I've decided to try it out because I've seen other rigs that are very good, and they use the triple, and then I saw that, okay, then what about triple system? So triple joint, triple system, so I think this could be more powerful, but it will be hard to be sure without some time to experiment. But I believe by updating the rig in all these aspects, I will be able to have this the final to have a conclusion about it. So far you see we can have rounded shapes there for the lips corner, but sometimes it's a bit difficult to achieve whichever result we want. I've reduced the rest position of the lips, took a time to do that. Yeah, there's too many bones showing here. Let's reduce, but just before that, let me show you one of the interesting trick here. I can pose the lips bones. You see, nothing is changing besides the mesh deforms and the positioning of the bones. Oh, here this bone is changing. It's a deformed bone, but it's not working. Actually, there's no waves in here. So this is a lip twist bone. This is to make a happy face or a sad face, or this is a supportive lip bone that is actually literally as a helper bone, and it will detwist the mesh in the region. So it's badly located here. Probably I need to relocate it closer here because the mouth rest position was wider, more like the inverse sonic mouth setup. But in this character I don't need the mouth so big, so by default, so the character design of her, it's also by making it smaller, the mouth, it will help me obtain the purse shape, which it's very hard to achieve with just deformed bones. So maybe this time I would be able to, the twister helper lip here, which I need to reposition. There's also one for the bottom, so they are symmetric, right? They will derotate this mesh, so it's for the sad expression and the happy expression, and maybe they help other deforms as well spontaneously. They will substitute the requirement, the need of corrective shape keys for the facial expression. It's incredible, it really works. So it's a helper lip twist. I have never seen that, so let's say I invented this, I adapted, but probably someone have thought of that before, but I've never seen any tutorial using this. But this relates to a lot of other helper deform rig setups, so it's not like something totally original. It's original, but from my part, but it's it's not like probably I'm not the first one to be doing this, but so it substitutes certain shape keys, which is really nice, because in my case I hate shape keys workflows. So probably so this is very nice to know that this works including for the inverse sonic melt rig, which also has might have requirement some fixes depending on the characters that because I was using shape key for that, and then you have to use corrective for happy and sad. That's deltas for shape keys. It's annoying, and here no delta required, so it's just a it has an automation set up. The automations here maybe are exaggerated, but it's probably not working. You need to readapt this. I just copy from a setup that I've made that worked, but it's not deforming, so you can't even test. So we can also have one for the white lip spread. So this is like when we push the lips, this will push the mouth outside. So this is why does it help? It's like for a wide shape key sort of. It also, but it has an inversion here. So maybe this will need a correction here. So this could, I thought that could help for making the purse, substituting the purse shape key, but I don't think it will be trivial to, even by reducing the lips, I doubt I would be able to achieve a purse, substitute the purse shape key, which is super important for this character design actually. So I think I will have to I still have to make a purse shape key in the end, but then we could use inside the lips, this is outer lip corner spread. Okay, so this is really for spreading the lips to the side, I think. And so it's the inverse would be like the opposite would be the lips purse helper bone, so a bone here that will help not making these bones being pushing the mesh so much, so they will be de-pushing the mesh, right? So the problem is that these helper bones, especially one exactly here, it will intake waste from the lips, and this can be very bad. So if this helper bone must be made here, it must have really low waves, just as this one. This one's not so much, but maybe this one a little, but especially one in the middle. So this is the theoretical thing, but even so it doesn't mean it will work. But it's much harder to do with if the lips are larger, because there is more distance to cover than from the from the mesh. So this why there I still have hope that I can make this. But then there's another expression that is difficult to make, which is the rounded shape of the mouth, and this without shape key, very hard to do here, right? Yes, I can do this, but you see, bendy bones could solve this, but then the bendy bones, they will make everything too smooth and rounded, and then what about the more angular shapes? So this is one thing that I've noticed when I tried to do when I was in early stage trying to do make the inversonic mouth setup with bendy bones. I was very noobish in that setup at that time, and I wasn't at all having good results, and I don't remember why it was so hard. Maybe I was still struggling with some bases of the inversonic mouth, yeah, probably. But at the same time, I was trying to do my own thing, and now I think it can work, and I just have this doubt: can we make, two questions, right? So, and then, okay, so, but if we have a rounded shape key, that could be the simplest one, because once it's round the lips, we can do anything with the lips, right? You can still pose, so it might be cool to have that rounded lips. And then another one is the shape, the kiss shape, that we can achieve some sort of degree of kiss shape. Very good actually if we work enough with the, if we use the volume, preserve volume for the lips region only, so it's like an isolation of the armature. Yeah, so I intend to do this, but I saw that recently another technique that can work for this, can help for this, which is, I'm gonna do this here, which is about also isolating the waves of the lips onto the lips and having other helper bones for these other layers. So not like this, but like you have lips definitively with strong waves on their locations, on the lips regions, and then you have another layer of lips outside, so it's about the mouth, inner mouth, something like that. And then we have outer mouth, so you see this is more for the inverse sonic mouth. So you see I have this bone here, and these are bendy bones. These are counting in the state of the inverse sonic mouth setup just as mouth lips, because this setup is complicated. These bones are automated by these ones. The lips won't move them, but if I move these other ones, the main doesn't change. It needs to be the arcades one. Okay, doesn't matter. So these automates, because the lips bones, which carry the deforms of the lips, that is critical to inverse sonic mouth, because these deformed lips bones, they cannot have waves transferred or duplicated to the muzzle ghost mesh object. So this muzzle ghost must have deleted all the lips bones, and including my recent finding on this, including of course this helper, because they relate to the automation. Yeah, probably these ones, even though they are not on the lips, they are in the mouths. And if we have these bones which carry the lips, the deformed lips, and these automate at the same time these bones, then this is part of the lips. So this automation, because I want to have this automation which carries the deformed lips and carries the outer mouth there, then it's as if this makes part of the lips. So this deform support upper mouth, support lower mouth, same setup, right? To have a bendy bone spline with this kind of automation here. These bones can deform, these vertex groups cannot be part of the ghost muzzle mesh object, so you need to delete them, remove them, right? They cannot be transferred, they cannot be duplicated, they cannot be there, otherwise it'll go back to some dependency cycle, and this automation will trigger the mesh, the muzzle mesh, to deform, and then this will move twice to create some crazy stuff. Maybe it's also because here I'm not sure, but maybe I'm having this trouble not only because of what I'm explaining, but also because I have a shrink wrap on the control rig for the lips. So then the control rig, these bones get re-shrink wrapped to the face, which is shrink wrapped to the ghost muzzle, which got deformed by this. So when we move this, so you have some very weird stuff, probably dependency cycles, crappy artifacts that happen. So we cannot, if we make this kind of automation, lips and surrounded mouths like this that I wanted to do, then we cannot have these deformed bones being part of the, so it's like it's okay because I'm just deforming. This automation here is just deforming the muzzle, not the ghost muzzle, right? So okay, anyways this mesh is shrink wrapped, so but it's moving the mesh, so it's good. It still automates that mesh, right? This bone is still changes the mesh, even though it is still shrink wrapped to the ghost muzzle. But this doesn't deform the ghost muzzle anymore. You see it's static there. But however, we have other bones that control, like this one, the jaw, I guess. Is probably, yeah, this is, you see, this one, the big mouth there, probably, no, this is not, this is just for the lips, right? This is glitching for some reason, I still have to find out. Whichever, it's whatever. Okay, these ones, so this is like this is moving like the inversion outbreak, right? It deforms both, right? The muzzle and the ghost muzzle, and then we have what else? Yeah, so maybe this one, I'm not sure here. Anyways, so I'm just explaining here, so we need to, in many cases we'll have to treat this as lips bones, so remove the vertex groups from the just as if they were the deformed lips. So probably gonna do this for these ones as also. It's easy that they have this lip, so what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna rename this stuff. We're gonna Control F2 B bones of find replace, so instead of support we're gonna lip support, and in this way they will, when we look for the, if we have to look for it, we just go and lip, so we just pick all that and remove that all manually. However, in my case here, I have a ghost muzzle automator. Let's fix those things. Ghost mesh automator. So I just need to add a few more stuff here. It's by the end. This will regenerate yeah. So I need to do something here. Gonna probably need these, yeah, we need these 4 ones. BPI op, so Blender Python operators, object, vertex group, set active, so let's set active, it's like a selection of these. Then BPS operator object vertex group remove, and then remove, so automating the remotion of the said, yeah, this is one by one, but maybe there was a way to make Blender read this better, like if it has a lip in the name, remove, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, wrongly spelled here, so okay, we've added lower left, lower right, so lip support upper. Okay, it's not over because I will also like to have in advance, right, because probably will need that, so I'm gonna use also for the lip twist. and this, and then this. And for the inner, I'm not sure, the purse faker, I'm not sure if we gonna reach there very soon. So there's 6, we need 6 of this. 1, 2, yeah, I think one more. So here we start with this one, yes. Right, so these are not being generated yet, but I think they will be, if nothing will happen, Blender will just try to remove bones, and they will, I don't like the naming here, let's do something about this. So select mirror extend, Ctrl F2, bones, find replace. So instead of T, let's do top, and instead of B, bot, and then let's update here. Okay, I hope that was right. So in case you want to check the whole thing, I'm not gonna copy this, but you can pause and look at this file. Yeah, I want to make a tutorial, and this is not complete, so this is why I'm not sharing the thing, but essentially this is selecting. We have still to do something manually, but in principle, like I have to select the ghost, delete all its mesh on. I can, right? I select the ghost muzzle. It's a mirror modifier, but I delete all the mesh. Then I delete all the remove all the vertex groups. Okay. Then, but I do not. I keep the object with its object modifiers, which its content, whatever, except for the mesh and the vertex groups. Then I need to click on object mode on the face, and then I have to have a vertex group here, which is selected. I think it needs to be selected, which is the separator. The name doesn't matter, but we need to know the name. And this separator vertex group is the one that Blender will use to, here, it will separate, duplicate and separate this mesh, right? It will select this vertex group, so it needs to be selected here, I think, and then we go back on edit mode, and then we can run the script. I'm not gonna do now because I'll have to re-delete the object. It will run all this stuff. So just go slowly here. So this is automated by the, so it doesn't matter. Just yeah, there's all the instructions here of some notes of what every line is doing. And yeah, there are many ways to do this probably. And here is finally is the select and remove the final vertex overlap. There's also something to remove all the shape keys in case there are the way to remove all the materials shape keys. I'm not sure they are being removed. Yeah, maybe not. Anyways, this is the Ghost Mesh Automator. So this Python scripting Blender it's easy to do. What I can't do yet, I'm struggling with the selection of objects. I'm also struggling. I don't know how to fill this face because there's a hole here, right? When it's generated, because it's not part of that selection. So I have to, every time I regenerate, if I need to, I have to close these faces here. So this is an annoying part, and I don't know how to automate this. I believe it's possible, but it might be tricky. Here, let's just, yeah, some manual change here won't be a problem. GG. The important thing is that it is smooth enough, right? It remains smooth enough. Alright, so I've explained a lot of stuff here, but wasn't able to progress a lot in terms of the current rig. But it was good for me at least to revise what I need to do, and so it's not total waste of time. I also have a list here of stuff for this particular area. Yeah, shorten the lips mesh rest position is also may substitute per shape key with helper bones. Yes, so let's get attempt purse helper bone, very low wave. So it's not clear if it's just one or maybe more than one. So rewave paint lips, rewave paint helper lips, yes, rewave paint reposition, yeah, I'll have to helper lips, actually reposition def lips and helper lips, then also reconfigure automation, yeah. Because it's and then also there's something I'd like to do is universalize, yeah, improve the parenting pathway. It's the control lips. So this is something that I'm not sure I'm gonna do, but I think this will be the correct setup, because currently the way this is happening is a bit strange. It works, but it might have some inconvenience here and there. We have this master bone, which is actually the parent of these control lips bones here, the blue ones. So this is parenting motion, right? But these bones, the twig lips, they are not parented to this. They are just bone constraints to them with some automation, as you can see here. And this poses some annoying things, because we sometimes need a lot of stuff here to or maybe it was about here. Yeah, so there is something about the parenting relation here that it doesn't help, since there is no bone constraint here to this. There is a gap in which there are certain automations that won't work because this bone holds no bone constraints pathway. So when I pose this, I don't have there are some things that are annoying here, but the setup works. It's just something that can be improved, and I've learned this later on doing some eyes rig with some inverse kinematics, crazy stuff, and plenty of automations, and then I finally understood some way the value of having bone constraints instead of parenting. So in here I had found a way to make this parenting relation effective, but at the same time there is a gap in the bone constraints pathway. So it creates some necessity sometimes to create extra bone constraints just to reproduce what this gap is not providing. And it's hard to explain here, but I know there's something here that can be improved, and so I would like to do this. And yeah, so let's go for the let's go for some wave paint here. But I need a small break here. So you see here, my intention will be we would like to have some extra bones here. I might need another layer. The tutorial where I've seen them, let me show, if you want to note, it's from this guy named, he made some long tutorials, but it's in Spanish, but very good tutorials actually. It's the where's the lip twist, not lip, that's the name of the guy. So it's Jonas lips roll setup. Okay, so this, you're not seeing the, hold on, sorry folks, here. So this tutorial here, notably in this point 33, so he'll show the setup that I'm talking about. So it will show how we can make lips roll bones if we have waves for the lip roll bones, exactly, very limited to the lips themselves for each individual notch. And so you have a it's somewhere here, right? I think it's here, it will be shown. Yeah, so here, the wave paint for the lip, the fake lip, right? The mouth, and then the lip, this will be exactly, you see, lip, so it's not so precise, not precise it is, it's not so exaggerated, but like the inverse sonic mouth rig, is not too different than that, but you know, in the inverse sonic mouth rig there is usually there's no bones around, just very far away sometimes. We can have though, but their automation is tricky. They must be tricked usually as if they were also lips bones, even if their waves are not in the lips, but because they can be transformed alongside the lips bones by automation, then this will cause some crazy stuff. So we need to remove these vertex groups from the muzzle ghost mesh object. also, not only the lips but the supportive lips bones. So this will allow this wave paint more specific to onto the lip mesh, will allow a proper lip roll. And we can also use preserve volume. I don't have the setup here because I have some questions and it's a bit annoying, it can cause some problem, but in principle it will be we need an extra armature. Let's just do it for temporary. So some people use this multi modifier, but I'm not sure this is even necessary. Use same input as preserve modifier and mix result using overall vertex group. So I'm just gonna disable. So let's do this lips. So it's on this later. I'm gonna get a vertex group here, and then we'll see if we'll use the preserve volume. Yes, this setup I know that works with the proper vertex group. I just don't remember how. I need to check another model. So let's just do this. And I wasn't using this multi-modifier and it was working. So maybe this has some usefulness that I'm gonna find out. So I'm gonna just prepare here so we can remember. Then yeah, ideally we'll do something here. So preserve volume, right? Valve skinning method for lips extra armature modifier with yeah, that's it. And if some other part of the body there, apparently we can use this for other joints, but yeah, be careful, because if in the case of the lips it should be pretty safe, because the lips won't rotate more than 180 degrees, positive or negative, right? It won't flip all that, right? Well, it depends on the deforms, right? If the deforms of the lips are low, it's not gonna be the case, because these lips bones, they will be dedicated to rotating the lips, rolling the lips. So exactly, we're gonna have massive waves on the lips, so they will the mesh will follow up a lot. So this is why I won't need to rotate the deformed bone a lot in order to have the mesh rotate. Although even if that was the case, maybe it wouldn't be a problem, because I'm not sure, because it's about the mesh deforming, rotating, or it is about the deformed bone rotating. I can't say now. If the mesh is delayed, but because there's not enough, there are competing waves, then the bone needs to rotate a lot more to obtain the rotation of the mesh that we want, and that can be bad, right? That could cause the warping artifact. So, but this won't be really a concern here, because as I've explained, first, the lips don't need to rotate that much as an arm or as a leg, and furthermore, the lips, they I will get special setup, right? So I'm gonna isolate the mesh here. Yeah, no, not good. I'm gonna do like this. Maybe one more. Shift H. Let's hide this stuff here so we don't get distracted. The ghost muzzle, we don't also need to be watching it. This bone, I'm not using it, just trying to reproduce some effect in the inverse sonic algorithm, but it's just not It's just turned off anyways as a deform bone. No? Okay, so I'll ignore it for now. I will test this later. I just can't find how to use this correctly, and I don't see the beneficial. Maybe some of you guys know. It should be some sort of stabilization for the surrounding mesh, but yeah, for me, for my character design, it's just tend to cause problems. It doesn't solve anything, just cause problems. It sort of smooths out there, but then it's not sufficient. It creates other problems for me. Even though the waves are low. So here we're going to, yeah, so I need to create some bones here, because this will be actually lips rows, and we are going to duplicate. I have to hide this. Can we pose this? Yeah, we can, totally. So I don't need the tweak bones right now. We are just gonna use these ones. However, it would be nice if we could at least reset. Alright, there are other facial bones here. Let's reset. Alright, so we'll start by I remember, I want also a center lip. Okay, so gonna do, or mid is better than center. So gonna strangely they are displaced like that. Oh, hold on, I have to compare something here. Yes. Oh no. These bones are completely. When the mouth was larger, we need to reposition them. So snap to face, just like this. Include non-edited. So I'm gonna snap here on the joint. Yeah, it can be here. This is the... Okay, so this is actually the bottom one. Snap here, so you can see that it's correctly posed. Now we pick these two, we're gonna snap them here, but we're gonna make the middle one. So the middle will be even the shift D, a larger one. So this one will be tinier, thinner, right? So this will be mid, left, right. Okay, then we go to the other side and shift F2, mid, right, I guess. No, I don't know what I'm doing, so hold on. Yeah, this mid, right. So I think this is correct. We got the tree here. The color, yeah, let's leave that color. The parent tweak clip corner. Okay, we need also to get a tweak equivalent tweak. So these tweaks are also badly positioned. We have to reposition them. So we're gonna reposition them in relation to the What is this tweak clip bot? These are, oh yeah, I know what this is. This is some driven bones. They are for the sticky lip setup. So here, lip top, okay. Individual origin, no, 8, right? Tweak lip top. This is the helper. This is the purse, okay, which is being used. Wait, what did they? Lip top, tweak lip top. So what? Oh, okay. This is. I was confused. It's wrong positioning. Actually, we snap this there. No. 8. Now this one there. Lip corner mid. Now it's all wrong. I grabbed the wrong one. So tweak lip bot, okay. This goes here. This gets symmetrized, so I'm gonna, so I'll save here. And so these are the remaining one for, okay, pick these two, place them here. No. Alright, then we're going to make a Shift D here. Expand. We're going to check its parent. Yeah, keep the master lips left. Yeah, but then we're gonna change this parenting relation because we're gonna get the both of them now parented to this. Or should I keep the? Okay, anyways, we're going to, yeah, let's, the top parented to the bottom and the bottom parented to the this one. So this time I'm not gonna make the mistake here. We're gonna Shift Alt X, select mirror, extend, Control F2 bones. We're gonna, instead of bot, we're gonna hyphen mid, and then also strip characters, hold Shift digits punctuation, and there we go. Now both are parented. Alright, then the parent is correct. Now the problem is the parenting of the deform bone, and the deform bone is deform mid. We want to parent it. It has an old parenting, we just adapt to the last one, keep offset. Then we have this, yeah, we have to symmetrize this stuff, but we need to update this viewport display, pose mode, scale to bone, but it's not working, so why not? Why this is, oh, okay, we need to, really? Tweak lip. It's like I need to change this organization first. Gonna scale down like this to this, like an edifice building. So now, yes, but for some reason this is inverted. So what's going on? Have to Yeah, I'm using some weird stuff here. So anyways, we're gonna just, so this is the top, and gonna just augment this scale here, and that should be it. And also symmetrized. Right, so there's no waves here, so the idea is that we can, so this should improve the ellipse corner and possibly make some other possibilities. Okay, let's also reposition this. I'm not sure exactly where this should go, but first let's hide these three clips, don't need anymore. For now we are gonna reposition this with snapping to face, no align rotation target, we want to keep them aligned like that. So in principle this could be on a joint, so this is the, on a, okay, assuming when the lips were here, about here, right, I guess, larger, wider, then this bone was here, so let's just position it here. And here we're gonna position this route, but it's further away, so it's a bit strange, right? Okay, let's just try it here. So, and this will try maybe, yeah, whatever, we'll leave it in the joint, then we'll see with the results what it is doing. So this is the wider, so apparently it's, let's put it lip corner spread. I'm gonna place it, should be very close, right? Apparently, not sure this is correct, but I'm gonna try here first. Lip purse corner. Lip purse corner left. Okay, so this is like uncertain, we need this stuff here, but why I have, yeah, I have left and right, I have, what if we had a lips purse corner in the middle? It will go nuts, right? So, because often we'll move this symmetrically, so no, I think this is overdoing, right? So we'll just leave one of them, and the positioning, yeah, we can try about here. Alright, so I'm gonna delete this because probably this will just cause trouble. Lips purse corner. Why you need a corner? Yeah, I see why we might need, but the lips is smaller here. This should be easier to make it happen. And the question is exactly, anyways, when I tried before I couldn't make it to work, so now we need to address the new, because we're gonna we are gonna change these names here. So first we're gonna Shift G color, Shift G color. Actually we're gonna call these ones, I don't think this will roll. They can roll, it could be beneficial, so it's difficult. Maybe the top and bottom corner they roll. and not the... Oh, let's ignore, just call them rolls, you know, just the central ones. The other will roll anyways, even if it's not in their names, but I want to set name here. No, it's find replace, so lip to lip roll. I like lip and roll, but rock and roll, lip and roll. So lip roll sounds good enough. Then now I have to find this solution here. We're gonna... It's very cold here, folks. Hold on. I'm gonna... I need to make a quick break. Just 5 minutes. I'll be back soon. 2 minutes? No, 5 minutes. Then I intend to make some wave paint here. Then we're gonna go back to the scene and make some assets. Yeah, that will be my plan. So be right back, folks. Alright folks, we are back. So continue here. I'm gonna make those extra lips bones, so it won't be roll bones, but I don't think this lips twist bone can substitute what I need to do here, because these are helper bones for a very specific purpose, detwisting or derotators. So they can share the same positioning of and also share waves with real lips bones that will place around the mouth, right? So we're gonna probably make a selection here. Why would I make these bones? The only reason, well, there is one question here. Do I really need those lips bones? Because actually this is the universonic mouth setup, folks. So what does that mean? That this mesh here is shrink wrapped already to the ghost muzzle. It cannot rotate. It cannot let's go for the shrink wrap muzzle, right? This mesh is already shrink wrapped, strongly shrink wrapped, modified to the, so see, the lips can twist, can roll as they want, right? The lips don't need, so this, I was about to do a stupid, a redundant action, because the universal mouth setup is special, right? It doesn't need roll bone, lips rolls, because the lips are already constrained, right? Even these waves here, they cannot rotate that mesh critically. But other rigs, like that one that I've mentioned from Jonas Aquila, I think, they don't have a dummy model, ghost muzzle, ghost face mesh, so it can't be helped. Maybe there'll be other ways around, but then this lips roll bones technique is valuable. But here it's completely redundant, and I totally forgot about that. Well, very nice, because less work to do. Did I make lips roll somewhere? Okay, we repositioned this. I'm not gonna go through all this, we're just organizing. Okay, we also did the lip corner, yes. That is annoying. Reconfig this, annoying. Wave paint, yeah, so this will be like this muzzle will know that this is working, so it's more like a revision. Chin mesh artifact, I think I solved that. I think this was because, yeah, so this artifact was probably, now maybe they're still happening, some artifacts. Let's check here. Let's get the body, where's this, these meshes. We need the control face. I was tweaking some of the things, so let's see if we get some. No, see, the chin is not Yeah, but there is some pose that is causing, yeah, so here, maybe this is normal, I don't know what is the cause here, let's see. Possibly is because this, oh, I know what is going on. Interesting. So, of course, I wasn't doing the inverse sonic mount in this way. What happened is that it is lacking the lower face, right, the what is below there. I've made this on purpose, but then when I push the jaw like that, it has this stuff, the mesh has no structure there, while you still have in the here something is glitching, but seems reliable. So probably I cannot leave this hole there, it's dangerous. I cannot think. Okay, so we're gonna see in action the automator there. So let's get the sorry, let's get the, apparently we need to fix, yeah, so get a fix under jaw gap, must add to the separator vertex group. That, yeah, vertex group, whatever. Then apparently this will need to shrink wrap to that, and this is a static mesh. It's not something that will, I mean, it's a flat area, it's not, it should just deform alongside. So I'm gonna find here, I'm gonna look for the separator, I'm gonna unlock, select, we're going to add some extra mesh here. Also let's hide this here for a moment. Okay, can we add this? Do we need to add more than this? This will be, wouldn't this be an exaggeration? Ah, but this is the face ghost. Yeah, so it's okay, it's the whole face, so I think we can do that. Okay, so I'm gonna assign. I was also questioning if maybe we need these two for some other effects, maybe, why not? So I'm gonna assign this. So this wave paint now is a bit larger, okay, but it seems reasonable. Then we are going to, it doesn't include the lips region, so this is a way to make the inverse sonic mouth setup to work. Then we, without dependency cycle, that is, then we get, gonna lock this, we leave it selected, we don't need the selection though, if I'm not wrong. Then we are going to the ghost mesh, let's select here on edit mode, we're gonna delete and hide, select all, delete vertices. Let's make sure there is vertex groups batch delete, is it, yeah, I'm having the right selected object, I'm not deleting the real mesh vertex group, that will be a complete disaster. Shape keys nothing, materials, they will be non-existent anyway. Then we need now to click, go on object mode, click the real face, and then select the ghost mesh automator, which was the last version. I I know because I have added, yes, I have added some bones there. I'm missing something. Yes, looks like we are missing some bone here on the lips, which is, I'm not sure I'm gonna use, right? It will be this one. Yeah, it's called lips, so lip verse, so still one of lips. I'm gonna add it. So just 2 of this. Then paste, no, R, then paste L, already L, right, lip purse. And we'll see if the lack of the vertex groups will cause any problem. I think this is not a kind of certain operations called cause problem, but it's not all of them. So we're gonna just run, and apparently it was generated. So if I check here, there we go, we have a regenerated ghost mesh, and without this part, but that's fine. Just gonna select this bridge edge loops, then we Control R here, then we're gonna, I think I did something wrong. Bridge edge loops, separate here, GG, and then FF, there we go. Then we select this stuff, and we shift E 0.3, and then let's try to move this a bit forward, rotate, this is a little pinched, so here we're gonna select this and maybe use the smooth. Right, and then there we go. So what is the condition here? Okay, this worked. We save, and now if I, let's return here. I don't want to accidentally break this thing. Apparently you cannot lock. Occasionally I start writing some stuff like my keyboard is, some keys are broken by, oh, see this, apparently we got some vertex groups that weren't deleted. Something went wrong. Probably oh, there we go. Lip corner. We added this lip corner mid that they are not showing here, and these were not removed. Okay, so let's check what happened there. This should have been deleted. It's like this thing is glitched. I don't know, it didn't work despite this should have been deleted. The names are exactly the same. Here it seems we're missing one of them. Yeah, lips surrounding this. I forgot. This is a special one, it's not important. But of course, if it is not being deleted, this can be a problem. So let's do this. Then this one, deaf lip corner. Did I rename this for some reason? No, lip corner top. Oh, maybe I forgot to delete the vertex groups. Yeah, that's it. So it's like it's not out. This is not automated yet. So it's like okay. But there is one thing here though, is that I've renamed some. No. No more roles here. I have to rename this stuff. Okay, now this will be annoying. Let's just pick the now let's select everything. So lip row to lip. Yeah, because they are no more. There won't be that specification anymore. I saw some 001 somewhere. Here, what is this? Lip top. I have some okay, just a stupid name. There are duplicates here. Okay, this is just a duplicate then. Yes, so let's reset everything here. Of course, we got some trouble. We are going to. This is why with automation it's complicated. Imagine without. So let's get here the. Let's fix the problem here. Is that I need to conclude the automation. Basically, we need to go here, delete. Okay, delete all, then batch delete all groups. Yes, delete everything. There's no shape keys, there's no materials, and that's it. So now we go back here, make sure that we get the separator. Select the mesh on edit mode and run the script, not delete the script. And now there shouldn't be lip they are remaining. How? Come. Ah, I see what's happening. Okay, so no, I don't see what's happening. So definitely it's not doing its job. It's maybe something is failing here. Yeah, so something fails, then it stops the script to run to the end. So because the problem is that I don't know where it will be failing, and I don't know why I have these two here. But probably, yeah, this is, I remember I've just updated this, so it was joined, so it was certainly here. Then toggle edit mode, select all mesh, shrink flatten. Is it shrink flatten? Yes, it is. So yes, I think that this is correct. Shrink flatten. Toggle edit mode, remaining, but it's not doing this job here. I didn't touch this, so I don't know, something is not working for this. Maybe it's not recognizing the name of the object. No, maybe it's not recognizing. I didn't change the name of the vertex groups. I'm on Blender 4.4.3. Maybe they have changed the settings. Well, we can try here manually in the, we can try to get the Shift F4. Let's try remove the currently select. Let's see what happens. It removed. Okay, then let's try to select this one. Select. Remove. Okay, so maybe the script is not finishing and I'm stopping it myself before it has the chance to complete, because this part of takes longer for some reason. It just takes too long to identify the vertex group. So because I've added even more. Okay, let's try a last time. Maybe I'm, no, not that. I was destroying the vertex groups here. Okay, I'm gonna try last time because this script was totally working. So batch delete all groups, delete the mesh, select this and run. Region could not be drawn. Oh, okay. So we cannot have hidden face, and probably I forgot to separator, okay. Then we try again. Region could not be drawn. Okay, so I was missing. Okay, maybe I was missing this region, and and then I wasn't seeing the error which was happening. Okay, so there's a region that cannot be drawn, and that is alright, so maybe no, nothing about the name here. Okay, I'm not sure what could be wrong here. Dirty body. Did I change the name or something on the collection? Have to do one by one. Okay, well, I don't care. So there's less time here. Probably will fail. Yeah, region cannot be drawn. So, well, it did everything, but except for deleting the apparently. Wait. This time. It deleted, so despite the error message, so alright, so who knows what that means? I don't know. So I'm gonna just fix this last time. So bridge edge loops, then we FF, no, not like that. This FF now, yes, then we get this. Let's see. Now that doesn't work. Shift E 0.3, then GY smooth, G to the side, yeah, whatever. This is all we need here. Now we should be safe from the dependency cycles that also reduce this amount of. Yes, so now this is working. And so you can do very nice stuff until, of course, the point where we'll need more improvements to the rig. So here, yeah. So now I'm not even using the subdivision, yeah. So yeah, so here I'm a bit tired of doing this, too much problems, but we have advanced, and I'd like to improve this yeah, these materials. So I'll have to do something about first this mesh here. I want to improve some of its appearance. So of course the color, the current material it has is not really helping because it is too bright. It's not combining very well with the yeah, it's causing some trouble here. So I could try to bring it a new material from, but I have this velvet. Yeah, I think maybe we can try this. Yeah, let's it's a shame to lose the selection, but oh, we don't need to lose the selection. Of course we can. She's 400 of errors. This thing annoyed me. I didn't know why we could have these double materials. Now I know why this is useful. And the problem is that this is not done yet. We need to be adjusting these shapes. I need to sort of flatten this this whole thing. From the lower part, in principle, it's not that simple because the intersections are very willing to destroy everything. I would need better subdivisions if I were to complete this correctly. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the same here. Maybe I can use here the something metallic. No, let's go again for this. Maybe we can keep the cotton for certain, like for this and this. Here we need something that would relate to the others, but that's okay. We can maybe here. Yeah, I'm lacking some this doesn't work here. We can't subdivide here. Maybe we can do this inside here. Or actually we can pick this one and bevel here and apply this. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we made some changes here. Not ideal, but at least I think they improved that part. We're gonna investigate that further. Let's hide the ghost muzzle here for not export, for linking. The bones, it's important that we adjust the ones that we want to have visible when we bring the character. Alright, let's open the other scene. So, by what I've seen from the melt rig, right, I thought it would be much more complicated, but actually the fixes that I've made and reducing the size of the width of the mouth wideness was sufficient to improve the mouth rig to a point where it's mostly usable right now. What are those bones showing here? Did I forget to... Yes, forgot to hide. So here we could have like... This is grease pencil that is showing but not on camera, right? And that's why this appears crazy. Yeah, now the grease pencil. So you could, like, for example, we can already have some cool, relatively acceptable expressions for, at least for the mouth, not for the eyes are still very glitchy for the 3D Webcomics, but it's just some adjustments that are complicated that I need to do the next challenge, right? The body rig is secondary, like the helper system that I was showing before. Okay, let's ignore this. Just showing that we can already make some cool stuff here. So because I have this plant, this alien plant here, maybe we can use this. I'll keep improving this asset, so I don't think it will be... Yeah, it will become a plant anyway, so I'm gonna add something like a vase, something sci-fi-ish, of course. Let's try to get something useful here. So again, here we need to deal with yeah, cabinet shelves. Now let's do something really simple, because here this rigging challenge already got on my nerves. Too many issues here. So add white, no, add, let's try a cylinder or just a cube with a subdivision surface. Maybe like that. Yes, we want some symmetry here, right? So, very easy. Might be bad for the UVs, but no, we can do it. So here if we get this stylish enough, we don't care about the UVs, and we have many materials where we can get this thing cool enough, so that's not a problem. Here we could make all sorts of this is wrong. What's happening with this stuff? We got this, then we extrude, but it's not extrude and scale, no? Extrude. Okay, inset with boundary, without boundary, then now we don't have clipping, maybe that's why. Okay. Okay, is that good enough? Actually, no, I don't like this shape so much. Let's leave it a bit more. Yeah, let's leave it like this. Then bring this contraption. It will be the first plant. Maybe we can scale this down. Apply scale doesn't seem to work very well, so here we're gonna also reposition this to the set origin 3D cursor. Okay, apply rotation. Yeah, I think that's not a big deal. It's just more about apply scale. That might be a problem.
Is that so bad? Apply all transform. No, it's acceptable. At any time I can just yeah, and I can scale this, but I can keep extruding this. If I extrude this, then whatever the heck is this, it grows. Okay, let's see how she looks in this new, slightly different outfit in the screen. Yeah, I think it's an improvement here. You see this thing is no more. It's not distracting as much, but the combination also is still not good. We need to improve this, still get the improvements there. Okay, then for here we need some extra materials. So now, funny part, let's add some. Let's deal with the materials. So this is just, currently this thing has nothing, so we can probably just parent this, keep transforms. We can change this to like T for asset, so vase plant small, yeah, or table. Not table, small, yeah. We're gonna add here. I have some marble, I guess. No, or I can use the schist, rock schist, yeah. Yeah, that's combined. I think this is good. It will be it's the only thing that will use this same material, but then we need to make some adaptations here. Then we're gonna maybe, what can we do here? Now the options are wild because I could do many things. So something right here. Majority of materials here will come from another scene anyway, so we're gonna try to get them from here. So I have the chance to make this more or less sci-fi, so I can try. This is not bad, but weird, but not bad. Then we can, let's try this one. We need also to reset. Oh, just got an idea here. Not sure it will work because I don't know the UVs for
You know what I'm thinking, right? So we have a material for this also. The material is being set in geometry nodes, but the nodes are, yeah, they are here, exactly in this scene. So set material for the secondary object. I'm gonna recall here something. Yeah, let's try this one. And let's see what it does. Alright, so this is just a first attempt, but we can try other geometry nodes. Let's try. Okay, I have old wireframe. Let's see. This gives a little more texture, right? And static, but not so much. Actually, it goes through some changes. This is nice, but I just want to see how it looks in terms of what is happening to this. What are those crazy reflections? I don't care, just let's see what it does in rendering in the compositor. Okay, it's got some crazy lighting. I don't know where this is coming from, but we have more tests to do here. So I just found one thing that can make this alien contraption just a little funnier to look at. So here we can, yeah, frame mold. Okay, we have this wireframe. We're not gonna play too much. So 0203 and then go back to the, yeah. So let's see this one. Okay, 02 barely interesting. Let's try again the. It's not working completely because I cannot change the UVs. This one don't. Oh, there we go. The resolution of the galaxy thing is too low of the video. This is why rendered video, so this is why it's also not looking good. Okay, I could look in the internet quickly how to UV unwrap in the in how to make the UV unwrap node works on geometry nodes. It's just a little trick that if I get this solved, I will improve this in a barbaric way, like like suddenly. Right, let me just show the screen here. So we're gonna get geometry nodes, blender, UV unwrap node, UV unwrap node. Yeah, yes, come on. So yeah, this is, I have this, but how does that work? I cannot connect it to anything. The operation is just a regular operation with the editor, unlike the unwrap. Operator doesn't perform aspect ratio correction. I don't know what that means, and because it is trivial to implement with a vector map node. So apparently you need to connect it to the vector map. But okay, input selection face to give me an example. Okay, no example, let's find a tutorial. Geometry nodes and UV. As a long tutorial, how to create proper UV map. Okay, this 6 minutes. Sounds good. Let's see. So I'm gonna just curiously this guy is making some plant asset with it's so complicated. It's just like the other largest anyway. So let's see, where is the UV, I saw something here. Unwrap, okay, UV, unwrap, set materials. So first set materials, what is split edges? He's doing some seaming, I guess. UV unwrap to pack UV islands, then to value of note that I can't read what it is right now. Okay, maybe it will appear soon. Store named attribute. Start to get complicated. Vector face corner name UVs. Need a UV map. I don't know. Attribute. Then need to connect to another editor. Yeah, this sounds okay. Then there's a preparation pack UV island. Do I need to pack UV? Maybe I can connect this directly. I just want a face corner 2D vector store name attribute. Okay, so apparently this just a. It could be achieved like. Okay, the other is the mesh, the geometry with its sphere. UV unwrap store map attribute, something like that. Okay, let's go to geometry nodes here. I have it here already to start. So set material. We want just for the second one, so something like here. Then we got UV wrap back. Okay, let's say that I want this thing here, and also store name attribute, then UV, I think it's selection, face corner, geometry, back UV, where does it goes, value, name, I think it's, I don't know, I'm gonna check. UVs, it's giving a name, angle base. Okay, these are the default, I guess. Margin, yes, so rotate UVs, value UVs, name, and can we look at what this does? I'm not sure this is doing anything important. But let's see, is there, just checking if there's anything else to this. UV sphere, UV map. Not gonna do anything with this UV map. Split edge, that's thing that, hold on. 2D vector face corner, did I? This name, what, it should appear somewhere else. In some. Set match, no. Then it's bringing the, okay, it's trying to bring the UV map to so this I think this is a parallel problem. It shouldn't need this to set the UV, I think, because this is mesh data. It's not I don't care of this is would be showing what to do with the UV, but now I know what I want to do. I want to use it straight ahead in this stuff. It should be doing something, right? I want to reset UV thing, like I should be able to
yeah, I don't know how to do anything here, so maybe I change this material again and see if we find anything relevant here. So no, this is from the, you see something reflective. This is a good one for testing. Wait, now apparently I've broken the material. Metal patch. This one is this one has already a UV map, that's why it's cheating. This one also already has an yeah, I don't see any change here apparently, so it's very difficult to work with this thing. So at least the ones that has some, yeah, so the best one was still the wireframe crazy one, because wait, now it is different? No, it was just an impression, so there it is as well. So we're gonna keep this one, it's crazy, it works. So we're gonna bring more developments here. We want to get some dirt. I think I have, yeah, the material, or maybe sand here, why not? I have some sand material here. I'm gonna now, this is concrete, here's the sand, assign, nice. Then we're gonna select, let's UV unwrap this, reset, let's see, new sand. No, we're gonna get a little more details here, like probably UV unwrap. We need the shading. Let's get closer again. Not assets here, just the UVs. Okay, something like this is fine. Then here, the border of this object, we can try like here maybe we can do a bevel. Then we're gonna extrude, but this time extrude outside, why not? We're gonna shift E1, no, negative 0.2, still not, negative 0.2, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Shift E negative 1, shift E 0.6, Gonna bevel this maybe. I think I've added accidentally bevel. Wait, no, it's just the grease pencil line art is going crazy here. Let's change this. No, it's not, so apparently this bevel. I don't know, there's something weird about this. No, it is here, the subdivision. Then, okay, we're gonna try again. We have here there are some creases content here which no, but there's not. So what is this? Not bevel, wait, not crease. So some edge that I don't know what that is. Let's check here. Sharp, creases, bevel, seams. No. Okay, I'll just ignore this, whatever it is, but we need to secure some, at least these other organizations here, so we can add new material here. Let's try it will be too big, but we want to see the result anyways. UV follow active length, not good. We need to okay, funny shapes, but we need to do something about these ones. Shift 0.8 maybe, and we're gonna repaint this here. I tried previously to bevel this to no avail. We got some terrible shapes there. Yeah, maybe it's these corners that I need to bevel it all at once. To have something like that, yeah. I don't know why I'm having this shape here.
Okay, let's re-UV unwrap all this rock schist thing, because this is the on the sides. We could do different though. We could try yeah, then here's where the UV will mirrored thing is gonna be horrible. So I just leave like this. Then for this, reset. Okay, that's okay. Then anything else for the lower part? Yeah, too low. Can just bevel this. Not exactly what I wanted. This corner doesn't look very nice, so let's just delete faces. Do this, scale in. Yeah, this is more likely than we GX. So here possibly we can do something about this. Something like another material going to the... Okay, this will be cliche already, boring, but let's try. So no, not this. Let's try. What about... Yeah, I need to first bring it, then... No, not good. Yeah, what about more of this junk? Okay, so apparently no, it is just... Yeah, no, not good. Let's try metal dark. This is from Cloth of the Character. No, too dark. It needs to be something that combines well with the... That one is interesting, but I think we can do better. The idea of having something metallic here is not actually bad. this idea is not actually bad at all. We can try to something different here. Back UV island, light matte back. Very interesting. Very interesting. So, what about this? There are many. Yeah, this rock plus rock is interesting, but I think the combination with metal is more interesting in this particular place. This one combines sort of well. Marble, let's try. Also pretty nice. This is more, looks more cliche, luxury like. But it's pretty nice, right? So I think we're gonna maintain this one. And for the, what else we can do here? Well, I have this, we have these lights, and I think just in the base there where is the, I can select anything here. Overlays were off, so just here maybe we could get something like more of this. Unable to there are some crazy effect. No, there's still the grease pencil that is looking weird. Yeah, it's not. But we could also change this Shift E 0.5 maybe. Yeah. Alright, so here we go. So I'm gonna add this as mark as asset and assign. Let's bring this to props. Yes. This fits well, this position, I think. Let's parent it to the, yeah, first bring this to Dirty Lounge. We are going to parent it to the T assets here, keep offset. Place it in the middle. No, we're gonna let's make sure this has the middle there. Set origin to the cursor. yeah, I need to do this correctly this time, which means even though it's not completed, let's go to the okay, save. Let's go to another the props where there's furniture. I need to bring additional stuff here, but for now what I'm doing, I would just bring it directly from here. I've just assetized this in the wrong way, but that's fine. No, this lamp is still not here. We can bring it here. Also, this protector is not here. Many things to do, right? So let's bring this one here. Object, library override. Still having probably this object, this okay, I have no idea what happened there. Okay, never mind. Let's reopen this stuff. Let's try again. Why this? Don't remember why this is for. So we're gonna bring again the same thing. Props. We're gonna bring the T-vase plant, right? So there it is. Okay, let's first library asset make select. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's small. We bring it. Here it didn't came with the, although it is its parent, so this is not super appropriate. The other thing is not parented, right? No, it's not. Yeah, so this is unfortunate. Maybe I need to two objects. Why some come all together and some others don't? Maybe because they are when multiple, yeah, when they are parented and they are also assetized, then they will come all together. It's not like here. And there's another problem here, and for some reason it's losing its materials. I cannot understand this, so I'm gonna, yeah, I won't care about this right now. We are unable to fix this. I have been having this problem recurrently. No patience, no time to focus on the fix. So we can, because I won't duplicate this a lot of times, I just want a few of them. So maybe this is really just for visualization, and then we want this one to be maybe on this table. It sounds gigantic. It's because this table is much bigger, right? Maybe it shouldn't be on top of a table then. It's also in front of those things, so let's try to place it in some no, this is too, it's interesting, but it's too big. I have to redo the branches, but I just reworked them when I have the material set. Let's try to place it there. What about scaling? Yeah, it's not exactly the greatest position, but can't say it does not fit the ambience. That's an okay distribution. Let's leave another on the other side also. Now we need to duplicate them both. Then yeah, leave small, and if I find a place to yeah, okay, this is sort of centralized, but then what about here? Not bad, not bad. Then what about here? No, I think here is better. So Alright, 3 of these because that's cool enough. A big one, 2 small ones, and the okay, desk vase plant. We did one of them, though it needs some wild ferns. Okay, so ceiling vegetation is actually ceiling ferns, yeah. Then there's another thing that it's not wild fern, so something I have to think. So we have this tree, we'll have some, no, you know, this is enough. Just we need just fern ceiling, and then we are ready to go for these assets. And will be much easier with pose assets. Just click one, you have a sitting pose that is already assigned for maybe exactly this kind of asset. And of course with these settings it's super hard to pose. Let's try to fix that. Happening here? Why do I have all this madness going on? Looks like I have some X-ray. Okay, this is a problem of pose mode already reported. Why she's still with these deformed lips bones showing? And of course what is lagging is the subdivision. I need a bone for this sword. She needs to drop this weapon somewhere. The bone is in a mechanism chain, mechanism bone layer. Like, I need to start training about the production stage. I mean, this for me, it's what I'm doing is pre-production yet, but the production stage for the 3D webcomics on YouTube would be something more like, yeah, doing the actual shots, right? And this is what I should be already practicing. So for example, let's say that I'm not in production, but imagine that this would be the production, right? So I'd have an idea, right? A script. I have, right? I know what more or less the. I'm not gonna tell, but it will start in this corridor. There's no corridor, but I'm gonna connect a corridor here. I have already some special effects to conclude, some ambient sound. So imagine if this was the production, so I could probably use some like this could be a good shot if I could get a better framing here. So you can cheat and often take off objects from their real place and fake the distort the camera. It's really complicated, but yeah, I think it's way more complicated when it comes to 3D animation, or even animation in general, or combined cinematographies. But when it comes to frame, webcomics might be a bit easier to handle lots of this problem, but because it's a 3D ambientation, so the principles are still the same, right? And the problems also. You see how this bone is getting distorted? We need to improve it. But so if this were the production, we could consider, right, how we could get some shot like this for a framing like this for some dialogue, for some thing that happens. So of course you need to frame, then you need to see how it would look, get lighting. So apparently she's getting some, again, her suit material is on her face. This is very wrong. I think it seems to be just a glitch. Weird. Okay, let's go back here. It's still not a good shot, but we start to get some idea, right? Let's just render this. Hello, welcome Rania Heredia. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. So do you have here? Yes, you have some. So the shading in the face is not real good here for the expression. So this is super important and can be super time consuming. Here the floor doesn't look like floor, if it is the floor. No, actually this is, yeah, so there's some confusing. Now it is this sofa, yeah, so a confusing shot here. We need to do something about it. So moving objects, cheating, and of course I wouldn't like to be doing this on a daily basis because I'm not used to. I would try to render whichever shot I can with maybe changing the camera resolution, right? Changing the place of the furniture. This is much a better shot, although there's still some incoherence, yeah, some crossing lines here with lighting, which is bad. Of course the posing is not clear enough. For some reason we're getting very dark renderings here. But in principle it's hard to have with a little effort, it's hard to have a really bad framing. Here mostly, no, it's easy to have bad frames, but like usually we get some interesting results so it will take a lot of time and practice to know what works better. Here this is bad, so I need to try to anticipate those as much as possible, these mistakes, so to gain time. So this is very important to address. So the posing, of course, depends on performance, good performance. So you have the simplify, you have the grease pencil thing that we can also take off from with the driver. Yeah, so simplify, it's drivens the grease pencil appearance on real time the scene, the 3D viewport editor. Here we can also use this for some facilitations. We need usually what artists do in compositing those scenes. I don't like too much because I don't have enough space on my screen, but there's some idea about, mostly I like this idea here, something like this, but 3D viewport editor here, but like as the camera and full render, so be difficult to, yeah, no, it's like here, then you take off all everything from and so if we manipulate the camera from here, we can have this kind of small thumbnail, but we can have good rapid visualization and easy to get some quick insight into what is about to render. And yeah, so we could try something here. Of course, at this point, let's do something different here. So we don't need to we don't need to be moving the camera here. We can try to get everything from this mini thumbnail. We can get some good perception, right? I'm not very used to this this approach, but it seems very plausible. So I'm trying to see if there's some, yes, the character could be like walking into this direction, right? Walking, not running. So it's yeah, currently the rig is not ideal. There's the animation also regarding the cloak, for example. There's need to enable the wiggle physics. Okay, I can pose. I can rotate this for posing.
And despite all things that I've done for the agility in posing in the skeleton, it's really tricky. So I feel like I need to improve more on the rig, on even also in the custom shapes, right? There's many things to be improved there, but in the control rig I don't think there's too much to be achieved, right? It's more about now how do I access easy ways to see and access the bones, right? So then making some super new controller that or setup, right? Because this thing has enough good features, I think. I can certainly get more, but you see, you get more and more, and it's if this kind of the layout is not good enough, then you can have all the setup of the world for, but it's just not good for posing or for animation. So you need to get this thing clean, right? So I need to improve this in this particular rig. So some bones, for example, that will be good to have readily available or easy, they are not. They are hard to see, and I need to get used to the fact of maybe the texture or how it appears in this mode also needs to be improved, right? To find the best and then of course there's the struggle with improving performance is fundamental, because poor performance is like hellish right now. It's not the best of the best. I don't know what is missing here that is making slightly lagging. Yeah, it's not fluid. It's probably the scene. Okay, flat is a little better, so maybe it was the solid viewport with the specular light. Yeah, so but then if you don't have the like taking off whichever is it's very important to try to improve this apparently, because wire. Okay, now let's leave the flat. This shouldn't be heavy. have plenty of these setups here already, so but for example this one is heavier than apparently slightly heavier than the Alright, anyways, wasn't able to find a good pose here, a good shot, but anyways, with a few more improvements here and there, it can become smoother. Pose assets also help a lot. Anyways, we can totally great shots here, and the expressions are getting better slowly by fixing the rig. So I want to see how it will work then what's the name of this, the physics will help, actually not for animation because this is 3D webcoms. There will be still shots. It's more about the flexibility, right? Although I could pose some of this stuff manually, yes, it's a good idea. I need to let them available to pose, like the ponytail, or I have some. I can use Auto I key for that. Let me check how that would work actually. If that should work here, yes, it should totally work here. So it's just that those things are a bit disorganized. Here we go, so we can totally control this individually for some tweaks. I could have a bit more automation for those stuff. I mean, these bones are in the deform rig, but they actually could be in more in a better spot for this kind of manipulation, since if I enable the wiggle bone physics, right, it might just not be as good as what I'm doing right now. So when I rigged that, I was totally focused on doing for 3D animation, so, and I was not considering this the agility of manual posing with, of course, here Auto I key option. So this is very good for this physics stuff. Even if we don't have physics, we can easily animate physics with this, and they complement physics also. Yeah, I should be doing this before. It's like, why not controlling the cloak? Because the cloak is physics. It's bullshit. Yeah, the cloak can be posed just as the body, the hair, at least if you get a good rig for these manipulations. I have the Auto I key option, these are connected, but I need maybe some, what's the name, bone selection sets. Yeah, we need some stuff like to select all at once, something like that, so you can easily tweak the entire thing, right? So I wasn't thinking adequately. Now it's good to visualize what
So yeah, these widgets, they are driving me mad. I never was very good at doing those widgets, so it's like I always feel like I don't have the inspiration for great design ideas, and it's always difficult to think original things that work. Yeah, it's not about just being beautiful, they need to be effective in many ways. Sometimes we do some you get some good posing, but the shots, it's hard to get good shots out of it from the camera. Yeah. Also, this camera, maybe it's not the good format for the good resolution to get this shot well enough. So yeah, the lighting is not helping. Okay, there are many problems here. Yeah, so anyways, we have interesting shot here from the whole area, center to the left side. Let's try this. The character appear. I didn't want her to appear because wasn't able to get a good pose. Let's try. Alright, so at least the scenery is okay. The pose still struggling, but this is not the kind of shot that I'm gonna use in the incoming story. The space is looking quite nice. So yes, so this is a countdown time, right? So soon enough I'll be able to start this, so it's good that I practice some stuff here. The production is on the way. Probably I'll do some experiments before going live, but the countdown time is like 1 week, 10 days, because I some stuff here, especially the rig, can be a bit more time consuming. But even if the rig is not completely fixed, like the mount is, for many expressions, is already feasible, the fix that I did today, fixes. Then the eyes needs better improvement. With the rest of the body I can do, yeah, totally do. The renders are fine. So exactly, I could already start, but I need 1 week for production to start. Then we can start doing something refreshing, and then I will end this series of the quest for pre-prod, and it will become the quest for prod. production, something like that. So I'm gonna be mixing the production of the assets, of the characters, so I'm gonna build new characters for the new scenery, reusing the materials, the assets, creating new ones. And for this universe there's many other areas, and with what I've been building here, this opens up a lot of inspiration and possibilities for what's coming next, right? So some sceneries I already in progress, like for example, where am I? Okay, we are here. So some scenery we already have them, like for example this, although it's just some modular corridors, this could be used for some yeah, I need to also to revise, but there's enough content here that we could already use this for a piece of story. Yes, totally. Also, this will connect into Dorothy's lounge. I'm not sure this is ideal, but yes, doesn't matter. I probably will connect that there. Doesn't matter. Then, not for now, right? Then we have the, yeah, then we have, there's not too much actually. So there's this big place, this is a lot, but it's just one place. It's the starship, and currently I'm reorganizing the assets, so probably yeah, I'm reorganizing everything here actually. And when I started to build this, it had a different, I was using a different technique, and now, yeah, so here we don't have the space unfortunately to rely on. Wait, these are stars? Yeah, there is space. Okay. So I deleted the texture, so probably I need to re-UV unwrap those things. And yeah, just showing what we have here. There's some animation here. So I don't, if I now with I'm slowly adapting my new technique of compositing here, I will be able to use, probably I'll be working on some of this, on some area here, maybe one or two, because the idea is to, now this is a gigantic block, but I need to separate this stuff. There's a glass here. I need to separate this this into rooms, right? And so then they will be linked together in the big file. So this file will become like the big one, but everything this area, then this area, they probably will be separated. We just link them all together. Same for this area, which is the stairway. Yeah, the textures are all broken here. The materials, the UVs, everything is broken. But yeah, this is not so broken. So it's easy to fix, but it takes a time because you see the size of this stuff. Then here there's some things. This area, I had long time an idea for this area here, but that will be, so that might be coming soon, but I have to,
What? Something is missing here, or am I going in the wrong direction? No, it's right. It's just that the area is hidden. Where it is? It is the... yeah, it is hidden. There we go. But with the materials broken, it's very frustrating. Yeah, also I've deleted all the assets that were here. I'm gonna reposition them because they are materials broken in this other corridor. There's some flashy lights here. Yeah, so what are these lights here? Okay, I remember. This is the... we are back to the greenhouse here. It's very, very dark here. And here's a scale of an individual. Alright folks, so but I of course I don't need to complete all this starship to start telling piece of story here. It's just I need to focus on one or another area and use them, and then build scenes on stories on little storylines here and there. I will need more characters, so this is sort of urgent after I complete the Dirty Lounge first stuff, right? And what else could I say? Yes, so then there are other areas beyond this that I need, that are gonna be... it's like, for example, there's an asteroid base or basement where there'll be a bar, a station, like a coffee station, something like that, and there is where something will happen soon. So this area I have never tried to model so far, and it is different than everything else. It's not in this place, right? So you're gonna have to be building this. Also, I want to rebuild a shuttle for a small crew, and too many things to do and too little time. But we're gonna progress on with the 3D webcomics project. I believe now I can make these things, in contrast with the crazy idea of doing pure 3D animation, right? Which might be overwhelming too much for in all senses, right? For the time being. Doesn't mean that we can have some animations in the 3D webcomics. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Take care and happy blending. Have a nice week and good luck in your projects. Tomorrow we'll be back, and I'll try to bring more developments here and finish this launch. So 7 days, 1 week I expect to be ready in this, finally, to the production. Sorry for excessive chatting here. See you soon, folks.